Yeah, put a little warning there. Hello, Arimade, I guess. All right. Well, today is Saturday, March 9th, 2024. Let's play this game, I guess. Just a game I found randomly, which, I didn't know about until I watched some random streamer play it, and I was like, oh, it looks interesting. So I guess I'll play it. So the streamer, I believe their name was Azakat, a random streamer I watch sometimes. I don't know them personally. I just kind of like found them browsing through Twitch. As it turns out, though, this game is actually, as far as I know, when I searched on YouTube, is actually, relatively popular. I guess so. I didn't know that. I don't actually usually play like super popular games, but no, this game's like itch.io and everything. So, it depends. It depends. Sometimes I play super popular games, such as Baldur's Gate 3, but I usually try to like go for like a kind of like a niche kind of game that not everybody plays. It's usually the plan. Partly because I'm a hipster, but also partly it works for analytics. You gotta like, it's kind of like supply and demand. You gotta like go for like the market where there's less supply and more demand, right? That's how it works. Something like that. Economics, like 101. All right, but let's play this game. This game looks innocuous enough, but actually has a lot of content warnings. It's actually a horror game. If you did not figure that out, it has a bunch of this. Well, just kind of like skim through it real quick. Contains spoilers though, that's why I don't want to like read it all. But yeah, apparently this. I saw cosmic horror for some reason. I don't know. It's gonna be like a super scary game, but like a lot of games at itch.io I find they do this thing where they put like a bunch of trigger warnings and whatnot, and that's fair and everything. At least because of the culture of itch.io, I guess. Where you got to put warnings on your games and everything. But sometimes when I see like sometimes when I see horror games with a bunch of content warnings, I actually play it, and it's like not really that bad. It's like nothing like graphic or anything like that. It's just like a bunch of like tropes and like whatever. That's just an allusion to a bunch of other horror, type fiction. And it's like, yeah, it's not that scary. I don't know, but I guess we'll see with this game. I also feel like I'm just desensitized. I don't know. I remember when I first started YouTube, like years ago. I'm so old. Like I was actually, afraid of like, horror games or anything. A little bit of horror is like, I don't know. But the more I play, the more I'm like, actually, it's not that bad. I still don't really like horror survival games, only because, I find them kind of tedious. With some exceptions, I guess. And jump scares I don't really like that much either, because I feel like they're cheap. It's not really scary. It's just kind of like a surprise. Like, woo, it's like someone like, I don't know, putting their hands in your face. Like suddenly, like of course you'll react. It's like a human nature, unless you like train yourself not to react. It's just kind of like cheap. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Preferences, it's like max. I always check preferences here. It was max before. Just move it a little bit here. I don't know if it matters. Sometimes it kind of breaks the flow of the game. I actually prefer like not max, but also not too slow. I always look at a little bit fast, like super fast, but not maximum. Because if it's maximum, it just kind of shows up and it's like doesn't feel like a video game. Like a video game where like the text scrolls. And it looks cute. Apparently, it's not so cute, but I guess we'll see. But yeah, just warming up my voice, I should drink some water. Actually, I usually do lip trolls. I totally forgot to do lip trolls before I started streaming. It's kind of embarrassing, but what I learned in like vocals class, in high school, you gotta go like you gotta like do that to get warm up your voice. Anyway, yeah, let's see. I guess I'll do the usual introductions. Like 39 endings, by the way. 39 unique endings. I don't know if it's like actually 39 unique endings, or is it just 39 different types of game overs or like tiny endings that don't mean much. I guess we'll see. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'll get all the endings. Apparently, there's a lot. Let's see. How would I introduce this game? Be like, hello, welcome. Try again. Oh, tongue-tied. Yeah. Take two. Hello, welcome to Do Not Take This Cat Home, a little visual novel developed by Pixeliminal, available on itch.io, and, well, apparently you find an abandoned cat on the streets, and I'll try that again because I actually forgot. What was it about? It was like, you find a cat on your day off. Okay, I'll just say that, I guess. Actually, I was gonna say that you find a abandoned cat on the side of the road, but like, do you actually? That's just my assumption, but I don't know if you actually do. I gotta make. It's very important I get the lore right. You follow it to a dark, lonely alley. Okay, so you find an abandoned cat, basically. Yeah, take 3. This is important. I gotta do the introduction properly. I'm very nitpicky when it comes to the intro. Hello, welcome to Do Not Take This Cat Home, a little visual novel developed by Pixeliminal, available on itch.io, and apparently you find an abandoned cat on your day off. What will you do? I guess we'll find out. A little content warning though, this is a horror game, so there might be some disturbing elements. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's the whole point. There's a bunch of like content warnings associated on the store page. So viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. You're not having a great day as usual. Oh, great. It's you, in second person. It's the first time in a while that you felt like going out. But in the middle of your walk, it starts to rain. Typical, but maybe this is just a sign that you should have stayed home today. Yeah, you can always try again tomorrow, right? You turn to head home when... Huh? What was that? There are only a few people around on the street. Makes sense due to the increase of missing persons around the area recently. Well, that and the weather. I don't know, you had to mention that, by the way. Just, missing people. But none of them react to the sound at all. It was kind of quiet on my end. Maybe that's why. Curiosity guiding your steps, you follow the sound to the entrance of a dark, dingy alleyway. You timidly enter the alley and walk forward. The ground, dampened by the rain, makes your steps sound louder and more confident than you actually feel. Finally, the sound source comes into view in the cold, dim light of the alley. At the end of the alley, in a big cardboard box, a solid snake. No, it's a cat, actually. Neko-san. Huh, I guess that should have been obvious. It's an interesting-looking cat. Its pretty yellow eyes shine like gold among the dark sea of its black fur. It puts its front paws up on the edge of the box and looks up at you. Meow. So kawaii. And it definitely knows it. You never had much of an opinion one way or another about cats before, but if they're all like this one, it's a shock they haven't already found a way to rule the world. You don't think you mind bowing down to a feline overlord. I don't know, you gotta be careful about, especially stray cats, they probably, I don't know, it depends on how they were abandoned, I guess, but, I'm not sure if they have all their shots and everything, like probably very sick, probably have a bunch of diseases. You look around the alley with a small frown. Well, who leaves cats in cardboard boxes these days anyway? Wouldn't they just jump out and leave the box eventually? Yeah, such a cliche. The cat doesn't answer you, obviously. It also doesn't do as you suggest and leave the box. It's just looking at you, as if waiting for you to make the next move. Ah yes, the name of the game. I'm going to save the game. I'm going to check the settings as well. I feel like, the game is a little quiet, in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, so far we've only heard the meow. but the volume is at max, so I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we have a choice. We could take the cat home and actually start the story, or we could follow the name of the game, um, where we do not take the cat home. You know what? It's kind of like the practical choice, though. I mean, obviously, yeah, we want to take the cat home, but still, the practical choice is to not do it. You know why? I don't want to be responsible for another sentient being in my house. It's probably better just to call what is it animal control, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, sometimes, well, as far as I understand, there is a problem with stray cats and stray pets, and just in general, depending on the city, I guess. So what they often do is just kill the animal. So I was like, it's kind of sad, but that if they don't do that, there's an overpopulation, and it's it just makes things worse, right? Domestic animals are just not meant to live on the streets. They just end up dying anyway, right? In a slow and horrible death, as far as I understand, anyway. And people give a lot of flack to PETA, I think, and not to defend PETA because they have definitely questionable marketing campaigns. But people give a lot of flack to PETA for doing that, actually, to be euthanizing animals. But it is a problem, as far as I understand. From what I've read, anyway, it is a problem. There's no other way, right? Not enough people actually adopting animals and taking care of them, and you can't do anything else with them. So, and not enough animal shelters, right, to take care of them either. And it's what do you do, right? Obviously, ideally, though, you would put them in animal shelter, though. But anyway, that's all just a big ramble, just to say I'm not gonna take the cat home. Nah, cat's overrated. With a sigh, you take a decisive step back. I'm gonna get a pet turtle instead. Easier. Maybe, I don't know, actually. Maybe I underestimate how hard it is to take care of, turtles. As cute as the cat is, you really can't afford to be taking in a pet on a whim. Rent's coming up soon, and your job doesn't exactly leave you rolling in dough. And, not to mention the cat hair. You give the cat a sad nod. Sorry, good luck out here, okay? You turn around and leave the cat in the alley behind. Rain's picking up. Time to head home. There you go. I'm not a fool. Easy game, and that's it. That's the game. The end. No, all right. Oh, there's no load function, by the way. Where's the load function? Come on. There's no easy way to load from the main menu, by the way. That's annoying. Why you do this game? All right. Well, here you go. Maybe? Actually, I don't know. This is the save slot. UL is disabled. That's annoying, to be honest. There's no load function. Is there I'm assuming this is in Ren'Py. Ren'Py load hotkey default. What is it? Because I'm pretty sure maybe that's the point of the game. They don't allow you to do that. I mean, I can always just skip, but it is a little bit annoying that I can't reload easily. Maybe there's a reason for it, but man, that's annoying to me. My first impression is that it's annoying because I can't reload my save, easily. I feel like it's gonna be a lot of going back and forth. There's gonna be 39 unique endings, by the way, of this game. 40 in total, I think. There's a final ending. But there's gonna be 39 unique endings. I'm gonna need to reload, so I can't just go back from the very beginning every single time. But when I search it on Google, there's no load screen hotkey. Could be a glitch. I don't know. It's usually it just appears on UI by default. Help. I mean, there's some hotkeys over here, but let's see. Enter space, arrow keys. I know how to skip dialogue, but that's not important. Delete save file. I don't know. I mean, so there's question mark, but I don't think that's low. That's probably maybe the endings. I've had guess once you beat the game, you see all the endings, ending screen. I don't know. Oh, that's annoying. It's just gonna end up taking more time. You know, I've always complained about this actually in other games, especially games that are not made in Rempe, where they don't allow you to go to the options very quickly. You know, to the different choices. All right. Well, very. Clear my throat. All right. I mean, I guess I'll just continue. Maybe we'll see. Maybe they give you the option later. I don't know. Hopefully. All right. Okay. Well, I mean, not taking the cat home is kind of like the boring choice. So obviously, we're going to take the cat home. We're going to, engage in the game's narrative and not simply leave. You know what? You reach into the box and pick the cat up, holding it out in front of you. Why not? You're all alone, and well, I'm kind of in the same boat myself, so you bring the cat close. You didn't realize it was shivering until just then, but it slowly breathes easier as it presses into your chest. Why not stick together, right? At least for a little while. You think a little while will probably be more like a day. You'll be responsible and take it to the shelter tomorrow, but for now, let's get you out of the rain, okay? Okay, well, yeah. I mean, that's my original plan anyway, was to at least call the animal shelter. You stop by a small local pet store for some cat food, then head back home. You live in a modest apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. You living alone in it. So it feels weird having another living being inside it after so long, even if it is just a cat. Well, if this was like a rom-com anime, the cat will like transform into like Catgirl or something, I don't know. Anyway, after locking the front door and placing the cat on the floor, you watch for a moment as it curiously explores the new environment. Leaving the feline to its own devices, you set about making the both of you some dinner. The first thing I think of is like, how are you gonna house train this cat? I don't know. I mean, it depends. I guess it depends. Like, I mean, a lot of pets are definitely abandoned by other households. But then again, if they're gonna be abandoned by other households, they probably didn't do the training, correctly, if I had to guess. So I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be, it's a lot of problems when you're like just suddenly taking a stray animal. You have to be experienced, as far as I understand. Anyway, you take out the can of cat food and open it with a tab on top. You put some cat food on the saucer and click your tongue to call the cat over to you. It perks up at your beckoning and rushes over. It looks at the plate of food and completely ignores it. I'm not hungry, I guess. You try not to let it annoy you. The cat doesn't understand the concept of money to appreciate that you spent your hard-earned cash on it. It's just a cat after all. I'll just leave it here if you feel hungry later, okay? The cat rubs his body against your legs with a purr. You smile. That's enough of a thanks for you. It follows you into the kitchen as you start on your own dinner. You decide that you have enough ingredients for a sandwich. Bread toasted, mayo and mustard spread, turkey and cheese and lettuce perfectly placed, tomato Ow! You wince as you cut your finger on the knife while slicing a tomato. Ah, stupid. You feel a little embarrassed for such a blunder, and sigh, tossing the knife onto the cutting board. You about to head to the bathroom for a bandage when the cat hops up onto the counter. It sniffs the knife and meows almost pointedly at you. Don't worry, I'm alright. It was just an... You watch as the cat starts to lick lightly but enthusiastically at the blood on the knife. Ah yes, it's tasted. Human blood. This is real, by the way. Cats do eat people. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe it's a myth actually, but I've heard that when the owner dies or whatever, the cat's like it just eats the body. Apparently, that's happened. I'm not sure though. Maybe I'm making that up. Anyway, it's licking the blood. Your blood. You're so shocked that by the time you come to your senses, the knife has been completely licked clean. The cat sits back, staring at you. You feel a little uneasy. Sure, cats are meat-eating predators, but that was a little weird, right? Sure, you're no cat expert. That was definitely not something an ordinary cat would do. Don't know about that, right? Well, regardless, you're not about to abandon the cat in need while it's still raining outside, and after all your efforts. You're gonna take it to the shelter tomorrow anyway. What's one night of awkwardness? What's one night of being eaten by a cat? Weird or not, it's just a cat. It's totally not going to assassinate you in your sleep. The rest of the evening, unfortunately, goes downhill from there. Even after covering up your fingers' cover bandage, the cat keeps trying to lick at the wound while you're eating your sandwich, or you're cleaning up the kitchen while trying to watch TV. You gently push it away every time, but you're starting to get worried at the strange behavior. It would be a vampire cat? What if it's got a taste for blood and thinks you're food now? You're not sure what you'll do if it starts to get more aggressive. You keep thinking about the cat food sitting on the corner, untouched. Come on, enough already. You shove it away a little more forcefully this time out of annoyance. You feel bad immediately, but before you can do anything, the cat sharply meows at you and dashes off around the corner into the hall. You sigh deeply. At this point, you're just worried that it's going to take a bite out of you in your sleep. Maybe a vet will have an idea how to calm it down. You can only hope. You don't have any other options left other than tossing the cat out in the rain. After finding the number of a local vet, you pick up your landline and the lights just went out? Great, just great. Ray must have knocked off the power. You check your cell phone only to find that it's out of batteries. Yes, coincidentally. Gotta recharge your phone. You must have forgotten to charge it before leaving it out earlier. The outing has been so spur of the moment that had no doubt messed with your usual routine. You grab a flashlight and turn it on. It's quiet. It's too quiet. Did the rain stop? But then, why did the power go out? You look outside. The sky is pitch black. What time is it? You turn to check the clock. The cat sits on top of your digital clock, staring at you. Thinking now, you realize the clock shouldn't be working at all with a power outage, but the numbers are lit up. And going completely haywire. Well, I don't know, some clocks actually have backup batteries, I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. The cat stares at you. It's completely still. You think it was a statue if you didn't know any better. It's not giving off any indication that it's alive. It's not blinking. It's not even breathing, but its eyes. This isn't normal. You're afraid. You want to run, but you're afraid of letting the cat out of your sight. You consider tossing the cat out after all. It's almost too late. But as soon as the thought enters your head, you feel a sharp urge to vomit. Those eyes. Its eyes hold you still. Even your flashlight trained on it. Its pupils are large, round, inky pits. The flashlight flickers. That's a shitty flashlight. And the cat is gone. Fear immediately grips your mind. The silence punctuated with the rapid pumping of blood in your heart. It's overwritten as your ears slowly start to pick up the sound of static all around you. How's the clock working with no power? You don't know why such a question mattered at the moment, but you feel as if having the answer will make sense out of everything that's happening. That order will be restored. But no answer comes to mind. You back away from the clock. It's a magic clock. Oh no. And feel as if the air itself coils tightly and abruptly in response, like a predator prepared to pounce, but waiting for your next move. But you're afraid to move. You're afraid to even take a breath. But you can't stay still forever, right? Whatever's watching you, you can already feel its impatience. It's too eager. You don't know how you know this, but you can sense it as clearly as if it had been whispered. Let's play. Hey, remember Let's Plays? Technically what I'm doing right now. Sort of. Right into your ear. Right into your soul. It won't let you wait it out. Not that you could, even if it did. You can't stay here. You have to run. With this thought, a sudden primal instinct awakens within you, making you tear yourself into a hasty burst of movement, of action. But you're still weak from the fear's grip on your mind. Your legs tangle together under you in your haste, and you fall to the ground. What an idiot. What a loser. A sharp pain explodes in the center of your foot. At first, you think you've broken your ankle. Something warm and wet trickles down the leg of your foot, pooling underneath it. You hear the sound of metal scraping on tiles after skidding across the floor as if it had been kicked. It's the knife. You be careful, Winded from your fall, you look up at the days and see the object glitching in the strange light coming in from outside. the light pouring in from your now open front door. Thoughts of how, when, who, what, in regards to your inexplicably open door screech to a halt as your brain finally identifies the metallic object you've been staring at. It's your kitchen knife. Still tinted red from your earlier blunder? That's not right. Was it completely licked clean by the... You go up dryly at the pain in your foot. You barely have time to wonder how the knife ended up on your living room floor to be stepped on, instead of resting your cutting board in the kitchen where you left it. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. When you spy something in the darkness just beyond the knife, it spies right back at you. A pair of glowing golden eyes come forward as the cat emerges from the shadows into the light from your doorway. It pads lightly over to the knife, as if skipping in delight, and bends down to lap at the blood dripping from the blade. Delicious. Your senses slowly begin to overwhelm you. The chill of the air as it starts to suffocate you under its weight. The sound of your shaky breaths, discordant against the static now piercing your skull. The dryness on your tongue spreading to your throat. The incomprehensible sight of the stray you've taken in, licking away your kitchen knife, once again completely clean. The scent of blood from the fresh wound on your foot. Blood. Golden eyes slide up to you as a response to your sudden realization. Blood. You're hurt. Your foot is bleeding. You're bleeding. You're bleeding. The cat barely moves, shoulders twitching as if just considering the act of pouncing forward. But you're already on your feet and out the door. You run, or rather limp, down the empty street. The sky is black and bleeding red. But there's a strange light emitting from nowhere that casts everything else in white. The houses, the trees, the road, even you. Everything. Except your blood. You can just barely glimpse the bloody imprints your injured foot leaves in your wake with every impact it makes on the ground. It's probably not very... it's not very comfortable. Especially on the concrete. It hurts. I'll probably get infected as well, you know? Outside is probably very dirty. It hurts. But you can't stop. You don't stop. Not when the shadows grow around you. Not when you feel the gaze of the eyes all over you. Not when the road ahead of you is darkened by a long shadow of something behind you. Even then, you don't stop running because... if that's the cat right there ahead of you, then... what in the world is behind you? Save the game, even though I don't know if it matters. Sure. Let's do the horror movie trope where we look behind us and get killed. Huh? Interesting. How very, very interesting. Ending 0. It begins. Great. Okay, now I can load. Alright. I guess the first ending we got didn't count as an ending, so that's why it didn't allow us to load. But something begins. I guess I'll reload here. I guess, let's not look behind us. It's #1 rule. Well, there's many rules, I guess, but one of the rules of horror movies, don't look behind you. You're gonna like, you know, look around and you're gonna fall down and you're gonna be like, oh no, you know, it's like, no, don't do that. Just run. Huh. Interesting. How very, very interesting. Oh, never mind. No, that doesn't work, actually. It seems like it just goes back to ending 0. Interesting. How very, very interesting. Yeah, it just goes to ending 0. Alright, so that choice doesn't matter, actually. So maybe we have to press the continue button? Maybe it's, you know, one of those type of games where, like, it has a persistent save. You know, I mean, I was gonna say, like a certain other game that rhymes with Boki Bitcher Blub. I don't know, anyway. But also, I mean, a lot of other games do it too. There's like a trope. Not trope. What do you call it? A feature? narrative device. Anyway, all right. Also, different theme. Main menu music, by the way. All right. Okay. So we're back in the main menu. The other choice doesn't seem to do anything, actually. The other choice actually leads you back here. So what happens if I just press continue? You're walking. Right, of course. It's the first time in a while that you felt like going out. And you're actually glad that you did. The weather is absolutely perfect today. That's a good sign, right? Yeah, not raining. Maybe your luck is finally starting to turn around and you didn't get absorbed by a weird cat demon. You tentatively allow yourself to feel excited for the possibilities of where you could go or what you could do, maybe even who you could meet. You're so deep in thought that you almost miss it. Huh? What was that? Curiosity guiding your steps, you follow the sound to the entrance of a lonely alleyway. The sunlight only just manages to reach down in between the tall buildings on either side. You timidly enter the alley and walk forward, the loose gravel and scattered debris on the ground softening your steps. Finally, the sound source comes into view in the warm, almost ethereal light of the alley. At the end of the alley, in a big cardboard box, is a cat. Yep, here's the cat again. Huh, guess that should have been obvious. It's an interesting looking cat. As always, it looks at you, and it goes meow. So kawaii, but also not. You look so familiar, right? Then again, it is a cat. Not many different ways for a standard black cat to look after all. This one sure is a cutie though. Just look. It's not glaring at you or hissing at you for getting this close like other stray cats have in the past. It's just sitting there patiently, waiting for your blood. Waiting for you to die. Let's save the game. No, considering what happened last time, maybe we don't want to take the cat home, you know? I feel like. I'm not sure. I feel like it would just be a repeat of last time's events. So what if we just walk away? Sadly, as cute as the cat is, you never take this thing home with you. You just can't take it home with you. You're a responsible adult. You are. With rent and bills to pay for, not to mention you need to buy food and survive too. There's no way you could care for a cat long term, right? You can barely afford this little outing your day off. What to do? Oh, several options here. I just leave. I'm going to just leave. You don't think it's a good idea to get the cat's hopes up of having someone look after if you're not willing to commit? What if it gets attached or someone tracks you down back to your home? You never get away then. What? Sorry, see you around, I guess. You stand up, the cat watching your every move. You make it halfway out of the alley when the cat meows almost pitifully at you. I ignore it. Begone, foul beast. Nope. You need to nip this in the bud and get on your day. It's what's best for the both of you. You leave the alley and continue on your way. Wait, what was I doing? And all the excitement of dealing with your furry dilemma, you've forgotten that you still haven't decided what you were going to do for your day off. Okay, we can do several things. You know, who cares about that cat? We're just gonna oh no. Go watch a movie. It's been a while since a film came out that looked interesting enough for you to drag yourself to a movie theater. But there's a showing of one such film at the old theater. The movie was a little too niche to be picked up by the new cinema that opened right across the street. That's okay though, you're not exactly a fan of crowds. And nothing ruins the experience of watching a new movie for you more than a noisy audience. That's funny because that's I feel like the whole point of a movie theater. Because otherwise, why not just watch on your, TV screen or whatever. But I guess, I don't know, I guess in the big screen or whatever, just like I've heard, apparently like a lot of movies these days, the audio is meant for big movie theaters, right? The surround sound kind of thing. So that's why it's like, for example, hard to hear dialogue in a lot of movies. Must something with Blockbuster? Blockbuster, I don't know. Does it exist in this world? In this world? What time is it in this world? What year is it? Alright, let's go to the old theater. A lot of choices. You eagerly buy your ticket from the kind old man in the booth and head inside. It's bare and any trace of other people, and the decor looks like it hasn't changed since the 80s. Maybe even the 70s. But it's what you were counting on. You consider buying some popcorn, but can't help but be concerned that everything at the concession stand might be expired. You move on and walk through the halls, finally locating the theater designed or designated on your ticket stub. As expected, the theater your movie be playing in is completely empty. Perfect. You pick a spot right in the middle, even counting the seats and taking into consideration the gap in the staircase. As you settle in, the dim lights fade away, leaving the room pitch black for a few seconds. Before the screen flickers on. No commercials or trailers pop up, the movie just begins. Pleased, you shrug and let yourself get immersed in the opening scene. But just as you're getting into the premise, the door is opened behind you, momentarily casting light into the room and ruining the atmosphere. You hold in a frustrated sigh. It is a public establishment after all. The place can't exactly afford to stay open if you're the only customer. You try to refocus on the movie, but you sense the new presence slowly shifting around the theater, before heading your general direction. A bunch of empty seats in a giant movie theater, and they have to sit there next to you. Huh? You gape in utter disbelief as the stranger shuffles down the aisle only to sit right in front of you. Yes! It's funny. There's no one else here and plenty of places to sit. The stranger is also unusually tall. Even the stadium-like arrangement of the seats being on a somewhat steep incline, they're completely blocking your view. I mean, what would I do in this situation? I would just move. It's like, okay, I'll go somewhere else then. Well, you don't want to risk escalating the situation further. This whole thing is already making you uneasy. Why would they choose to sit right in front of you? Surely they know you wouldn't be able to see past them. Shaking your head with a passive-aggressive scoff in the stranger's direction, you reluctantly pick another, less perfect seat in the theater. But as you settle down, you see the strange person get up. Only the ones can sit down the seat directly in front of you. Well, okay, not that this guy's just trolling. You look around somewhat helplessly as if waiting for someone to silently agree with you about how odd all this is. Time to turn on my, TikTok camera. I don't know how to TikTok. But like, just keep record this on TikTok. I can't believe this guy is trolling me. Or to at least inform you that it's all an elaborate prank. But there's no one else here with you. That's how you always liked it, but you can't help but think that maybe it'd be nice to have someone else here if it meant not being alone with this weird jerk. I move again, just to confirm. You move again. And again, they sit right in front of you. You bristle, annoyed and a little humiliated. Are they just getting a kick out of this or something? You've wasted enough time with this jerk that you don't even know what's going on in the movie anymore. Fine. I confront the stranger. Hey, you. You violate the law. No, you hate confrontation. You can only feel your palms starting to sweat at the idea of it. Your mom's spaghetti, palms sweaty. Your throat's closing up and your body's starting to shake. You've always been more of a flighter than a fighter, but you paid for this ticket. You've wanted to watch this movie for ages, and now this total stranger has ruined the entire experience for you. I'm going to make a Reddit thread about this. Now, you're all alone in this theater. There's no one who will help you if something goes wrong. But you're angry enough to ignore the signs of your body's begging you to put as much distance as you can between yourself and this stranger. You stand up, even standing and higher up on the incline. The stranger is still at least a head taller than you. And then they take out my gun because this is America. No, the movie continues to play in the background, but you feel as if a hush immediately falls heavily over the theater and your movement. As if you can sense the stranger anticipating what you plan to do next. You square your shoulders and force a little bass into your voice. Hey! That's what I imagine. Hey! The ever makes your words come out more harshly than you intended, like a sudden and vicious bark. But you figure they deserve it anyway. You're being a real jerk, you know that. Just where you're playing at, huh? Are you trying to piss me off? The silence that follows your words is deafening. So much so that you glance at the screen only to find that the movie has paused. Your attention is ripped back to the stranger in front of you as they shift slightly. Like a small animal trying desperately to anticipate the moves of a predator. You don't move an inch. You don't look away. You don't dare to blink. Instead, your eyes widen as the person's head turns. And then turns some more. And then turns more beyond what should be possible. Neck bones crackling. Yes. You know, I guess it's an owl person, you know? Don't worry about it. To face you directly. Big smile as well, they're very happy. You can't move. Wide glowing eyes resting above a wider grinning mouth gaze down at you. The stranger opens their mouth and what comes out is something impossible to comprehend. Ah yes. Nya. Cool, great. I don't speak cat. I don't speak like Japanese cat in particular because that's how like, you know, that's how meowing in Japanese is nya. The voice is endlessly deep and creaks like a weighty door, foreboding and oddly melodic. Alluring. But it also snaps you out of your terrified trance, and before you know it, you're already out the door. You run through the halls of the empty theater, heading for the exit. You feel something watching you from behind, but you're too afraid to look. With the exit now in sight, you sprint forward and burst through the doors. You look around frantically and spot the crowded cinema across the street. People, that's what you need. Safety in numbers and all that. Without thinking, you rush into the street when a sinking sensation crawls down your spine, compelling you to look behind you. I save. Well, we're not supposed to look behind us. But what if we just did it again? You know, last time we looked behind us, it didn't work very well. Let's do it again. Despite your resistance, you feel your head turning to look back of its own accord, as if chosen by a greater being, playing a video game. While in the middle of the street, you catch a glimpse of a grotesque-looking person standing behind the glass doors of an old theater, watching you intensely, cradling something in their arms, something familiar. It's the cat's new owner. But yes, we got isekai. A glimpse is all you get as a truck speeds forward and crashes into your body. And you get reincarnated into like a generic, you know, cliche, overdone, overrated anime. Where you get like new powers in a fantasy world. And somehow everyone eats it up again. No, you're killed on impact, your body splattered across the road and crushed further under heavy tires. Ending 16. Poor screening arrangements. It's not very good service. Alright, well, let's reload. You know what? This old theater wasn't so great. Let's go watch the movie in a different place, you know? Refusing to even risk a peek over your shoulder, you rush across the street to the new cinema theater. You didn't realize it felt like you'd been surrounded by some kind of dreadful pressure. Until it very suddenly vanishes, leaving you feeling more than a little shaken. But at least breathing comes easier. You think it's within your best interest to repress everything that's just happened. Yeah, let's pretend that We didn't go there at all, and we simply just chose the other option in this dialogue branch. Deciding to wait for the movie you've been anticipating to be available on DVD or streaming, you joined the long line outside the new cinema. Sure, surely this will be a better experience. But by the time you reach the ticket booth, you just want to get inside. So you pick a movie at random and take your ticket from the tired-looking teenager manning the booth. The decor is chic? I don't know. Chic and slick, and the inside is bustling with people. It's not what you're usually into, but it's kind of nice not being alone. Even if you feel a little lonely watching families and groups of friends laughing among themselves. You get some popcorn, but the lines at the concession stands are long, and the prices are criminal anyway. You go through the halls, and follow the signs to the theater designated on your ticket before heading inside. You sigh at the sight of the absolutely crowded theater. You head towards a seat only to be told by the person next to it that it's being saved for someone. This happens a few more times before you finally manage to get yourself settled into a seat annoyingly off-center to the screen. I mean, that's just the movie theater. I personally, in real life, I don't actually go watch the movies. I don't really see the point. Why not just watch on like my small, I say, not really small, but like, relatively small, comparatively small computer screen at like 360p on like a shady website. Don't worry about it. That's the optimal movie watching experience. I don't care. All I want is the content. But the screen is at least visible, if not a little too close. So you grit your teeth and bear it. The lights fade out, but the chatter doesn't. The rest of the audience seems content to talk through the commercials, even through the trailers. You figure the chatter will stop when the movie actually begins, but it doesn't get even slightly quieter as the opening scene starts to play out. You sigh out loud, not thinking anyone will hear you anyway. This is why you avoid movie theaters like the plague. It's like watching a react video on YouTube. What's the point? Having someone just talk over everything. Crazy. Suddenly, the screen changes, showing the face of a black cat. Yes, it's the new Disney mascot. They're changing it to a cat. A familiar black cat. Confused murmurs fill the room, but then, the cat on screen meows. Yes. Highly EQ'd. The highs and the lows just EQ that out. The sound is strange and not at all like any cat's sound. Haunting, almost melodic. And later it is made of multiple voices of different creatures. Creatures that would probably never say. No, it's just a Japanese cat, talking to like a really old telephone receiver. Going, You sit in confusion, wondering how you haven't already gotten up and left to complain to the cinema staff. But then you hear it. It's scattered and distant at first, but among the crowd, people start to chant along with the cat on the screen. Yeah. What's that? What's that like effect? It's like a vocoder? How do you pronounce it? Vocoder? That's what it sounds like to me. It's a funny filter. Funny voice filter. Everyone just put on their funny voice filter on Discord or something. Soon the entire room is chanting in perfect unison, everyone staring intently at the cat on screen. You're feeling strangely drawn to the screen yourself. The compulsion to stare blankly like the others isn't that strong, for now. Also, you start to notice out of the corner of your eye that some of the people in your immediate vicinity are looking at you. No. They're outright staring holes into you, even as they continue chanting. They don't miss a beat as they slowly begin to frown at you in blatant disapproval. Their scowls deepen as time goes on, as if they're getting impatient. You have to nya. You have to nya or else. It's peer pressure. Oh no. Fine. I will follow the crowd and go nya. Thinking fast, you look to the screen and begin to chant in tandem with the crowd. Nya, 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 ah. Nya, 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 nya. No. You feel the harshness of their collective gaze starts to ebb away, and the air within you become lighter again. You release air shakily, just realizing you've been holding your breath earlier. You feel stuck. Surely you can't just up and leave now. Not after whatever all that was. The people all around you seem fine now, but there's no telling if they get aggressive with you for even moving too much. Never mind outright getting up and leaving. You decide to let this run its course. Hopefully someone will come along, right? Or at least turn the film off. You continue to chant along with everyone. You start to feel lightheaded. You feel as if you could fall asleep, but your eyes don't feel heavy in the slightest. You try to look around and gauge the other's emotional state. But you can't seem to look away from the screen. You try again, but you're still locked into eye contact with the cat on screen. Nya. You attempt to physically force your line of vision away. You steel your nerves, ready to throw yourself to the ground if you need to. But your body only gets as far as tensing up for a moment before completely loosening itself again, making you lay back limply into your seat. You think you should be panicking right now, but even your brain feels limp. And your thoughts a vaguely muted pastel pink, airy, sickeningly sweet and loosely spun, like cotton candy. You like cotton candy. You think you shouldn't mind your thoughts and your body being like cotton candy either. Delicious, delicious cotton candy to be eaten up by a cat. So I get up and ruin that. It's nice here. You're more at peace than you ever felt before in such a crowded room. Still chanting, you never felt so aligned and in tune with another person, let alone an entire room full of complete strangers. You're not alone. Ah yes. We finally are a part of the hive mind. Out of the corner of your eye, the person next to you starts to sink back even further into their chair. Then they sink even more. And then more. Not like they're slouching or reclining, but more like they're deflating. Like a balloon. Their skin bunches up in wrinkles like fabric, as if their muscles, their bones, have started to disintegrate. Their eyes dim before sinking into their sockets. Their mouth, still attempting to chant, falls open over a cutoff, nya. Gaping as the word ends in an awful hiss, a final weak release of air. You muse thoughtfully about whether or not you should be distressed at the sight. But even then, the blanket of peace doesn't leave you. Suddenly, from the pile of skin and clothes next to you, you see a lump moving around. You watch in dazed fascination as the lump makes its way to the part of the skin where the head used to be. And out from the mouth crawls a tiny black kitten. How cute! You can hear the familiar hissing sound all around you now as the unified chants start to fade, only to be replaced with faint mewling of kittens. Is this how they reproduce? Finally, your voice is the only one still chanting, still human, and alone. Again. You don't want that. You can't go back to that. Not again. Not again. Please. Just then you go completely limp. Your body feels light, but it might as well weigh several tons, because you realize quite suddenly that you can't move. Not an inch. You can't shift your eyes, look around. You can't even breathe. But somehow, the chant continues to creak weakly from your mouth. Nya. A few kittens come forward and perch themselves on the chairs around you, watching your sinking body, mewling as they wait for their youngest sibling to emerge from you. Dozens of glowing eyes peer down at you. And as your eyes start to cave into the sockets of your softening skull, you manage to make out the silhouette of a familiar cat perching in the seat right in front of you. Your vision finally fades. As that same hiss of air expels itself from your mouth, the last thing you sense is something small and alive shifting eagerly under your skin. Happy birthday! Congratulations. It's a cat. Oh, let's reload. Alright. This time, let's not get hypnotized by this movie theater, and we just simply leave. The answer is to simply leave. This is too weird. I need to get out of here. Gathering your courage, or perhaps putting your fear to use, you stand up, fully intending to leave the theater. When everything comes to an abrupt stop, all the chanting stops, even the cat's chanting on the screen. You tense and risk a glance around the theater. They're all staring at you. Every single one of them. They're not moving. They're not even blinking. You swallow, throat suddenly dry even though a nervous sweat completely soaks through your clothes. You highly doubt that sitting back down will fix the situation. Your legs are shaking under the audience's unnaturally intense scrutiny. But you force yourself to step forward and forward and forward until you finally reach the end of the aisle. You feel their collective gaze even worse than the staircase. All their heads have turned uncomfortably to the left to look directly at you. The screen illuminates their faces, making clear their blank scowls. They seem even more upset than they've been minutes ago, identical frown lines digging between their brows. Oh yeah, what you gonna do about it? You keep going, the heavy atmosphere becoming more and more oppressive with every step. You're so tense with anticipation that you fully expect someone to grab at you from behind. But no one does, because they're cowards. No, you don't hear any of them even get up. You exit the theater, holding your breath as the doors close behind you. Well, that was weird. You briskly walk through the halls, putting as much distance as possible between you and that theater full of I don't know. I don't know I was gonna say an alternative word, but I can't think of one. Like sheep. I guess. I was trying to think of like some kind of word related to sheep. They're like the equivalent of like I don't know, like cult followers or something. Anyway, finally reaching the lobby, you just barely managed to catch yourself from falling to the floor as you gulp in a huge gas of air. You expect to feel relief as your breathing calms, but you feel a lingering sense of dread that only spikes once you finally notice it, as well as its source. You look up, and your stomach sinks. Yes, eyes. I mean, yeah. I mean, they already know they're gonna turn to cats or whatever. All the people in the lobby area of the movie theater, everyone in line at the concession stand, all of them, are staring at you. And they look even angrier than the people in the theater. You don't hesitate this time. You duck your head, avoiding eye contact, and leave the cinema. You ignore the glares of everyone in the ticket booths, the lines leading to them. You make your way home. Whenever you dare to look up at whenever you look up at a someone on the way, you flinch at the blatant anger, fury, and disgust in their face. You posted cringe on social media. You think you start to hear the faint sound of a cat's meowing behind you, or maybe a kitten's. Doesn't matter, you just want to go home. You reach your front door and fumble with the keys, cowering from the look of pure hatred on your neighbor's face as he stares at you from his door. Finally, you get inside your apartment, lock all the locks on the door, and slide down your back against it until you're sitting on the floor. You allow yourself a moment to breathe. Now home, your heartbeat calms and your fear slowly bleeds from you, leaving you feeling strangely empty. You pass the kitchen, head to your room, and slip under the covers of your bed, trying to fall asleep. Maybe it's all just a bad dream. As you fall into a fitful sleep, sure to be full of nightmares of glaring eyes, you try to ignore the ever-increasing sounds of cats meowing and yowling in the distance outside your apartment. Ending 17, Black Sheep. Hey, I was mentioning something about sheep earlier. I guess we're the black sheep. You know, we choose not to, you know, be part of the group. Oh well. Alright, yeah, and then just to say, I am reading chat. Sometimes I don't, you know, sometimes I don't respond. Because I don't know, it's not relevant, you know. Sometimes you say something, it's kind of like, you know, I don't need to really repeat it, I guess. If I just repeat everything in chat, I feel like it'll be just redundant, you know? It's on screen. If you see a message on the screen there on the top left, you know, it's there. Anyway. Let's see. Well, I mean, there's plenty more endings to get. So many endings. It's only been 1 hour. Am I gonna do this? You know, I like to finish this game with one stream. It might take longer than that. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Let's load. So obviously the cinema path is, you know, that's it. I think that's it. I don't know if there's any other choices to make there. So I guess we head back. You know, there's always, you know, the initial branch of like playing with the kitty cat as well. A lot of branches. Let's see. I mean, this one, that's just to leave. I'm assuming you leave the cinema. That's just to leave the new theater. Yeah, let's reload here. Okay. Well, I want to do the playing the cat last, maybe. That's what I'm thinking, anyway. Or maybe like second last. You know, the last thing we do is take the cat home, you know? At least that's the order I'm thinking of doing it. I don't know. I don't know if it matters. I think that every path just leads to an ending, I guess, is the idea. I'm assuming, by the way, you know, it's pretty obvious, I feel like. But like, I'm pretty sure we're basically stuck in the cat's world. We're stuck in the reality marble, you know, in Fate Stay Night terms. Or was that that anime that everyone likes? There's always like a new anime, you know, that I don't watch. Juju Kakusu something JJK, or is it KJJ or something like that? You know, domain expansion. That's basically what's happening. The cat is using domain expansion. We're stuck in its world. Why is chat delayed? It shouldn't be. I mean, on YouTube anyway, there is a bit of delay, but make sure, you know, you're live. You see on the YouTube video player, you know, pause, unpause, and press the live button maybe, or like refresh if you feel like it's too much of a delay. I actually have ultra low latency on, you know, so it should be like at most like a second or so of delay. But that's the thing about YouTube, though. YouTube does have a bit of chat delay. Twitch is better, you know, actually for like latency. Generally speaking, Twitch is actually better for like streaming. But I stream both because I don't know. That's what I do, I guess. So yeah. But you feel like you're a little bit delayed compared to like the chat overlay, then maybe you should like how do you say you know, refresh the player. And make sure that, at least on YouTube, the live button is lit up. That shows that you're at the latest, you know, portion of the video. Or go to Twitch, you know. Twitch is also better. Maybe it's just your internet? I don't know, maybe. It depends. At least on Twitch, at Twitch you can actually like go to the settings and actually show how much latency there is, I believe. What is it like? I forget how to do that actually. Oh, there's a way to do that. Ah, yeah, video stats. You know, I don't know if you can do it on YouTube, but on Twitch you can like hit the gear settings, you know, on the bottom right. Go to advanced and video stats. You click on the video stats, you can see how much actual like buffer size and latency to the broadcaster is there. Usually it should only be like a few seconds at most. On YouTube, I don't know if you can do that. I guess there's stats for nerds. You know, if you right click, again, some people are on like mobile. I don't To be honest, I don't recommend people watch my stuff on mobile, or don't watch anything on mobile. You should get like a laptop or at least. But like you can right click. I don't know if you can right click on mobile, but you can right click and press stats for nerds. And let's see. Yeah, live latency. It says like 2 seconds. I don't know if that's relative. Is it relative to the stream or to your like browser? I don't know. Anyway. Alright, but let's get back to the game. So we went and tried to watch a movie. Not very good showings, to be honest. So let's go to the carnival instead. You know, that... Maybe we'll have like a better time at the carnival. You know, there'll be like some games, some rides, you know, it'll be great. You spend the day at the carnival. Ferris wheel, roller coaster, Pharaoh boat. Actually, what's a Pharaoh boat? I mean, is it just the boat that like goes back and forth, you know? I don't really think of pharaohs when I think of that. Or is it something else? I don't know. Anyway, rides you've been on before. Hoops, coin toss, balloon darts. Games you played before. Funnel cake, popcorn, and cotton candy. Food you've eaten before. All things you've enjoyed before. You're surrounded by groups of people all having fun together. Laughing, playing, eating, taking pictures, making memories. And then there's you. The sun hasn't started to set yet. It's still high in the sky, but it will soon. You start to wonder if maybe you should just go home for the day. When you stop in your tracks, you see something new. An attraction you've never seen before. A maze of funhouse mirrors? It sounds kinda lame, honestly. There isn't even a line to get in. But then, what else is there to do? That's funny. Is it just boring to be in the carnival? To be honest, I haven't been since I was a kid. You know, I don't really see the point. It's funny because when I was a kid, most of my time spent in like a carnival like environment was in the video game section. Because they had like a video game section. We just play video games. You know, usually like demos or whatever. But like, I just spent the entire time there. I don't know. Because you know you couldn't afford video games at home, so you play the free video games. When I say free, you had to pay to get in, but you know, just play video games in there instead. I don't know. I'm such a gamer. I no, at least when I was a kid, like no matter where I go, I'd rather just play video games. Anyway, sure, let's go to the maze. You enter the maze. A few rooms in, you notice the mirrors aren't all weird. Some just show you looking back at yourself. A little bored, a lot tired, and so very, very... Well, maybe this was a mistake. Why do you think going to a maze of mirrors was a good idea? Even if it was something new to experience. I can't do this today. You turn around to head back the way you came. Only to bump into a mirror. As it turns out, it's a maze as well. Ow. What the? Where's the exit? You try again only to find another mirror blocking your way. By the time you're all turned around, you realize the way you came in is completely gone. Okay, don't panic. I just have to keep going forward, right? You step through the only opening you can find and nearly trip over something on the ground. You bend down and pick it up. What's this doing here? In your hand rests a worn-looking flashlight. Oh yes, so what happens in the horror game. In the survival horror game, you just happen to find a flashlight, and then the spooks begin. Curious, you flick it on. Huh. The light doesn't look very... Crap, the light! Did the power go out, or did the traction operator forget you were in here? How long have you been here, actually? You pull out your phone to check the time, or maybe call the police. Your phone is dead. You know, he always forgets to charge the phone, the main character. You grip the flashlight in your hand. The light emitted earlier was dim enough for you to know there's probably not that much juice left. Best to reserve it for a worst-case scenario and feel your way out. Yeah, you can do this. You take a calming breath. Well, forward we go. Okay. You know, turns out we have to do a maze. You know, it's in the rule of a maze. For most mazes, anyway. Is to simply just go left, you know? It's always just follow the left wall. Anyway. Hello, daring? No. Hello, daring adventurer. Who said that? Welcome to the Mirror Maze! Would you like to know how to navigate the maze? Yes. Once again, welcome to the Mirror Maze. You're in a bit of a jam, but don't worry. You're in good hands. Or rather, good paws. See these little cuties here? They'll be doing their best to guide you through the maze. Aren't they generous? When you enter the room, an emergency light will flash, letting you see the past before you for a second, and also what lies beyond them. Whenever you see these kind kitties, just go where they are and you'll reach the next room. Unfortunately, they're not the only things in here. It is highly suggested that you refrain from following any of our other guests. They can be sneaky or distracting, but they're always hostile. So please take caution when advancing to the next room. Of course, this wouldn't be much of a mirror maze without mirrors. Can they hurt you? No, they're just mirrors, silly. They don't do anything at all. And you can't do anything to them either. They're just obstacles you can't pass through. Go left, go center, go right. The choice is yours. Though, if you find a room with no helpful kitties in sight, and all the paths lead to a mirror, or something else, it's recommended that you stay put, and just maybe it'll work itself out. Now for your navigation tools. The flashlight you found doesn't have much juice left. It only gets you a quick extra peek at your surroundings about 5 times, so try not to use it up all at once. You can keep track of your progress with the rooms up to the left, and your lives up to the right. 3 lives. You got 3 lives, so be careful to avoid the less friendly guests lurking around. Why only 3 lives, you ask? Because you're soft and squishy. It wouldn't take much to damage you beyond repair. You know, you're not like a cat. If you're a cat, you got 9 lives. And besides, you're human. And humans usually only have 1 life, yes? And yet here you get 3. Don't you think you ought to show a little more gratitude? And that's the end of your tutorial. Hopefully it was helpful. Are you ready to play? Okay. It's like a little mini game. Can let me go? Your request to forfeit is denied. Let me out of here! Screaming is not allowed in the maze. Turn off the flash? I don't know. I think that's game's too hard, game's way too easy. I feel like this is just increasing the difficulty settings of the minigame, you know? You know what? This is way too easy. Is that so? There. All done. Wait, what'd you do? You'll see. Alright. Sure, let's play. Let's say the game again. 3, 2, 1, go! What happens if I... Well, I don't know. I'm just curious. What happens if I intentionally lose, though? Clang. Well, that's just a mirror. I go that way. That's just a scary cat. Oh, no. Ow. Okay, I'm just gonna let's see what happens if I intentionally lose. And thus I die in the first room. Out of pure incompetence. Suddenly, the lights turn on. Your eyes burn from the sudden brightness. As your vision adjusts, you see that you're completely surrounded by mirrors. The reflections, all grotesque in unique ways. But nothing like you. But they do look hungry. You back up. You don't know where to go. Or is there even a way out to begin with? You bump back into a mirror. And you feel a hand firmly grip your shoulder. Jump! Ah! There's a sharp pain in your other shoulder. You rip away, looking back to see something leading out of the mirror. Its face has no features, save for a large gaping mouth, stained in your blood. Looking around in a panic, you think that the mirrors feel closer than before. The path you've come in from is long gone. You're surrounded, and every time you blink, you could swear the mirrors were getting closer, and closer, and closer. Your horrifying reflection is looking hungrier, and hungrier, and Ending 20, you failed, you lose, you're an idiot. Okay. Frowny face. Okay, obviously, that's just you lose. So honestly, you gotta get all the endings, I'm assuming the flash is like, it's like whatever. Can you turn off the flash? Of course. Flash off. Can you turn on the flash? Of course. Flash on. No, that's just like the settings of the minigame, I guess. All right. I mean, I guess. All right. Let's do this properly this time. Go. All right. We go left. Go left. Center. Right. 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 Left. Center. I guess we stay. Feels rough, we just wait. Something changed. Ah! Okay, that was weird. Left. Center. We're getting some sanity-like effects, I feel like. Right. Center. Stay. It feels off. Right. Left. Center. Gotta do this quick, I feel like, because there's a timer. Left. Center. It's just mirror, so we just stay. Right. Center. And right. Easy. Oh, stay again. There's actually one more room. I thought I was done. Oh no, I think that's it, I guess. There you go. That was easy. I put it on hard mode, I guess, I'm assuming. And it still wasn't that hard. You see it, the exit. You run forward, but as you do, the scenery shifts. Just slightly at first. But you're running too fast to stop yourself from colliding into the glass. Except, you don't quite go into the glass. You don't exactly collide with it either. You simply pass through it. And on the other side, you see an endless white void and... Ah yes, stick people. You see stick people? Yourself. Dozens of you. Hundreds of you wandering around. Aimless. Faceless. And empty. So empty and listless, they don't even acknowledge your existence. You try to turn back, but the glass doesn't give. Past the glass, a familiar black cat walks up and looks at you. You think it meows at you, but you can't make out the sound. It tilts its head, then walks away. The glass goes dark. And then you watch helplessly as it disappears completely. You're trapped, with only yourself as company. Yay, we beat the maze! Your reward? You're stuck in an eternal void forever! Haha. Okay. Great. Amazing. And I'm assuming that's supposed to be like, multiple versions of ourselves. I beat in hard mode. I'm a real gamer. I'm a real gamer. Is there like a different ending if you beat it on easier modes? I'm not sure. I don't know if that's how it works. I mean, we can try, I guess, just to see. I don't know how that works though. Or is it the same ending? Flash. Yeah, turn up flash. It is a little bit annoying. Yeah, let's beat on normal, maybe? See if it does anything. I don't know if it does. Yeah, this time there's no timer, so we can just, like, take our time, I guess. Center. Oh, I didn't mean to. It was right? Okay. I accidentally scrolled, so it just kind of goes faster. I missed it. Ba-dam. Ba-dam. Right. Center. Left. Center. I don't know if this will actually change, because on the ending list it said like, oh, you did it in hard mode, you know, that assumes that, you know, implies rather that being on hard mode is like a separate ending. But let me see. Oh no, it looks like it's the same. Did I mention that? Doesn't say that. I don't know. They didn't mention anything. I don't know. I guess it just says you beat it on hard mode. Maybe that only this part changes if you beat it on a certain like difficulty, I guess. Anyway, let's reload. So that was the mirror maze. I mean, it's a little fun little minigame, I guess. Otherwise, it just leads to us dying again. I'm assuming. So let's reload. Alright. So the mirror maze, you know, it was fun, but maybe we shouldn't go in there. Let's do something else. Well, there's gotta be a better way to spend your day off than wandering around staring at weird mirrors. Now what? Oh, okay, we could choose. Well, can we go to the carnival again? You know, can we just keep looping back and forth to the carnival again and again? Do something else. Infinite loop. Infinite loop. Infinite loop. Okay, that's just... that doesn't do anything. None of it matters. Let's reload. Alright. Well, I'm kind of exhausted the movie. We exhausted, you know, our time at the carnival. I guess we'll go to the dog park. You know, this is the opposite of cats. We go to dogs. Well, you decide to take a stroll in the park or something. The only one within walking distance is a nearby dog park. I think it'll make you feel better. First, you get to see a cute cat today. Now you get to see a cute dog. Several of them, in fact. The park is bustling with owners and their canine companions. Playing frisbee, fetch, running, jumping, even napping. Such cuties. Whatever. What? Like you want anything to do with these mangy mutts. What's wrong? You didn't think that? You decide to move on. The dogs are all so adorable. You want to pet every single one of them you come across. But you know not all owners are cool with strangers just walking up and manhandling their pets. Not all dogs appreciate it either. So you stroll around the path trying to exude a welcoming aura that will beckon one of these cute doggies to you. You don't have to wait very long. You stop where the smallest, cutest puppy you've ever seen scampers up to you, blocking your path. Interesting choices. Bum bum bum, bum bum bum. I pick up the puppy? I mean, this is the least violent option. You pick up the puppy and... hold on. You just barely managed to rein in the reflex to throw the puppy as far away from you as possible. With shaking hands, you quickly place the puppy in the grass and take several jerky steps back. The owner seems confused by your reaction to their puppy, but you just wave at them in the daze before hastily stumbling away. You're not feeling so great about being at the park at the moment. Maybe you should leave? No. I refuse. I stay at the park. You stay at the park. You try to calm down by watching all the dogs from afar as you walk along the path. But every so often one will run up to you. And when they do, they look wrong. Their owners don't seem to notice. You find a bench and sit down for a quick break, closing your eyes. Maybe this wasn't the best idea after all. Maybe you should have stayed with me instead. You're broken out of your thoughts when something lands gently in your lap. You look down and see a frisbee on your thighs. Hey, sorry about that. Can you throw that back? You look up to see an owner waving at you in the distance. More importantly, a series of excited barks jerk your gaze forward and you see a large dog sprinting towards you. A series of excited barks jerk your gaze forward and you see a large dog sprinting towards you. Hey, hurry up! Throw it back! Oh, I throw. You throw the frisbee and the dog runs in the opposite direction, jumping and catching it right out of the air. Impressive. The dog and the owner walk up to you. Thanks for that. You can pet him if you want. The dog looks up to you, eager for its reward of pets and pats for catching the frisbee. Should I? I pet the dog. Really? Are you sure? I'm warning you. Do not touch that mutt, or you will regret it. I want to pet the dog, though. You reach out your hand, and you pet the dog. The dog seems pleased. You don't feel well. Suddenly, the sky begins to darken rapidly. You look up along with all the pet owners to see that the sun has been eclipsed by the moon in the blink of an eye. You vaguely remember that you should never look directly at an eclipse, but for some reason, you don't look away. A loud, piercing yowl fills the air, shaking the ground beneath you. You instinctively move to lift your hands in order to shield your eyes, but goopy. But the hand that had been cautiously pressed upon the dog's head comes away with some resistance. Resistance like sticky slime almost cementing your hand to the dog's head. The slime stretches with your movement. The dog's head stretches with it too, as the canine begins to just melt. Yes, it melts and melts until it becomes a pile of goo at your feet. You dazedly look around for the dog's owner, only to find an empty pile of familiar clothes where they once stood. You know, it reminds me of an anime. You know, it all comes tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Now, you see similar piles of clothes next to piles of goo scattered across the park's open field. All the dogs, all their owners. The melted goo of the dog in front of you then starts to move a shudder. Forming into a big slime. It slithers across the grass toward the field in the center of the park, all the other piles of goo following after it. They mix and meld together into a single entity that shifts and undulates and bulges and grows. You watch in dazed horror as it then fills out and shapes itself. Into a behemoth of a dog. Big dog. Snarling and frothing at the mouth, red eyes frantic and searching. Before the glowing orbs land directly on you. The rumbling growl it emits is so low and deep, you can feel the sound of it crash into you. You have only one choice. Leave the park? Do we leave the park now? It doesn't seem like there's any other choice, so I simply walk away. No. You had your chance. Better start running. You try to run. But you're not fast enough. The behemoth barely takes a few leaps before it's already towering over you. Ow. Ow. Ow, my face. It tears you apart until there's nothing left. Ending 21. Dog person. Great. I feel like the master of this world doesn't like dogs. Let's see. Oh, okay. There's that. Well, obviously I'm curious about all the other choices in that dog park. Let's see. Well, let's see. I'm going to now kick the puppy. Even though I don't want to, I just want to see what happens, okay? I'm curious. What? It's just a puppy. There's no way I would ever do that. I eat the puppy. That's disgusting. I think I'm gonna be sick. I kill the puppy. No, that's horrible. There's no way I would ever do that. Okay. So actually, you don't get to actually choose. That's just all false options. I pick up the puppy. Ah! Terrified, you drop the puppy to the ground, practically throwing it from you. You immediately feel horrible, wincing in guilt at the tiny yelp it releases upon hitting the ground. The owner shoves you aside with a cutting glare and storms away with their puppy. I'm sorry. You call out, but they don't turn back or respond. Not that you expected them to. You deserved it. Okay. That's it. It's just kind of... It's just that. Stay at the park. So this time I guess I'm assuming leave. Oh! Actually, oh, okay, if you run out of time, the dog just gets you. The dog suddenly bounds at you, angry, ferocious. It tears you limb from limb. Oh! Was that real? You're not feeling so great. Okay. Okay. Good, and don't come back. Alright. So you just end up leaving. I think I'll go somewhere else. So I think that's it. That's all the choices that involve, like, leaving the cat, I guess? Because I'm trying to think. There's nothing else. So you go to the movie. You know, the old theater is the tall man. The new cinema is just the hive mind people. Hardwell, I think, only has the House of Mirrors, as it turns out. There's no other options there. And the dog park, obviously, is the whole dog park sequence, which it seems like there's only one option. You either stay there, then, you know, the big slime dog kills you, or you just leave. And that's kind of it. There's nowhere else to go, seems like. Watch a movie. I leave. I leave immediately. What happens if I leave immediately? That's it. On second thought, I'll go to the movie. Okay. We'll go to that, just goes here. Which is this. When we try to leave, I think we just die again. We just become, black sheep ending. I think that's it. So I think we exhausted all the options there. Alright. Alright. Here's some water. Let's reload. Oh, let's reload here, I guess. Okay. So we're back with the cat. You know, I think we exhausted all the options involving leaving the cat. As it turns out, most of those paths end up with us dead. So I guess the lesson here is not to leave the cat. I guess let's interact with the cat this time. I don't know. Here, want some food? The cat must be hungry, right? Can't imagine that it's had much to eat if it's so attached to the box it's in. Though it doesn't exactly seem malnourished either. Surely it must have left the box to search for food then. For some reason, something in the back of your mind tells you that's not the case, and not think on it any further. No, either way, You can't exactly enjoy your day out knowing you left behind a hungry cat, especially when you could have done something to help. So, what to do about this hungry kitty? I check my pockets. You dig into your pockets. You find a small piece of string in your left pocket. Not very helpful. The string is far too short. An eager and excited cat leaping for it could easily lead to you getting bitten and scratched. In your right pocket is a bar of chocolate. You find a chocolate bar. Is it? Nope, it's not even expired. Quite the find indeed. You're about to offer it to the cat, when suddenly you're hit with guilt as you remember something gut-curdling. Chocolate is toxic to cats. Oh my gosh, You resist the urge to vomit your near mistake. You feel so guilty, you throw the chocolate bar away into a nearby trash bin. Well, that's a waste of food. Well, I know, there's a lot of things pets can't eat, I guess. Like a lot of human food they're not supposed to eat. I know, like, dogs are toxic to chocolate. I didn't know cats were, though. No. An almost cat killer doesn't deserve chocolate. You go back to the cat, barely able to stand its innocently oblivious expression. It doesn't even know that you almost... I'm so sorry, I don't even know what to say. You're a horrible person. You know what? Stay there, I'll be right back. You leave the alley and return with a whole fish you bought at the nearby grocery shop. It was a bit pricey, but it was the least you could do. The cat eagerly accepts your offering, munching happily at the fish after you placed it in the box. Oh, finally eat something other than blood. You want to smile at the sight, but you just feel so awful. Sorry again. The cat seemingly pays you no mind as you slip back out of the alley. Not feeling like you deserve a peaceful day out, you decide to just head back home. On the way home, you notice more cats than usual, watching you from their hiding spots. But you try not to think about it. You can't help but wonder if they know what you've nearly done. But it's not like you meant to hurt anyone. Right? You finally reach your apartment building. You're about to unlock the door when... It's all cats. You look behind you only to see dozens of cats standing there, looking at you. Did they see you feeding the cat in the alley and thought that you had more food for all of them? I'm sorry, I don't have any more food for you. None of them move an inch. You're starting to feel a little unnerved when finally a single cat pushes his way to the front and... Oh, it's you. Oh, it's... Held carefully between its teeth is a chocolate bar you thrown away earlier. It places the chocolate bar down in front of you before looking back up at you. All the cats look up at you. You can feel their judgment. You feel your sins weighing down heavily on your back. And suddenly a skeleton shows up and shoots a laser beam in your face. But without the money to buy enough food for all of them, you don't know what to do. I saved the game. I leave. I simply leave. You decide to cut your losses ahead inside. Your sins weigh down on you, but you're only human. What more can you do? Jeez. You try to ignore the yowling of the neighborhood cats as you go about your chores. You consider preparing dinner. But how could you enjoy it knowing how hungry those poor cats outside are? The ones you've wronged. You decide to take a bath and go straight to bed without dinner. A fitting punishment for someone like you. You forgo the fancy bath bubbles because you don't deserve them and sink into the water with a sigh. Women use the fancy bath bubbles. Your mind races, but you can't really think of an immediate solution that doesn't require more money. You wish there was something, anything you could do to make things right. Suddenly, your legs start to feel really itchy. You try to lift one to see what's going on, but what rises out of the water isn't a pair of legs. It's a fishtail? You feel dizzy at the sight. Maybe you're hallucinating from the stress. You try to climb out of the tub to cool your head, but instead of your hand rising up to brace itself, A wet fin stretches out to plop on the rim. Oh, I thought we turned into a mermaid, but nope. I think we're like a full fish. It's too weak to hold your weight, and you're so starved by the sight that you slip and smack your head on the side of the bathtub, passing out almost immediately. You're awake, you think anyway. You open your eyes and you're underwater? You must have slid beneath the surface of the bathwater. You gasp instinctively, except not really. A bubble simply floats out of your mouth, up, up, up to the surface. You're broke as heck, so you know your bathtub isn't that big. Did you shrink? But how? Maybe even if there were a reasonable answer, it wouldn't explain how you haven't drowned yet. You swim to the edge of the tub and see the truth in your shadow silhouette. You've been fishified. Oh no. There's there's furries, there's scalies. What do you call, anthropomorphic fish? It's like fishies? I don't know. Anyway, this is impossible. You don't get any time to ponder over this, unfortunately, because just then, a shadow looms over you from above. You look up and see the cat. It peers down at you from beyond the water's surface. And then you realize, this is the answer. This is how you're meant to atone. With a heavy heart, you swim up to the surface. Nom nom nom. The cat scoops you up, tossing you out of the tub and onto the bathroom tiles. As you flop around gasping for air, or water, you realize the cat wasn't alone. Dozens of hungry eyes peer down at you. You can hear the yowling of what sounds like hundreds of cats outside your bathroom window. You send one last look to the cat before closing your eyes and accepting your fate, that you'll be a delicious meal for all of these cats. Fish as well is very healthy, As the cat descends upon you, tearing at your flesh, you find yourself mourning the fact that you're not even big enough to feed all of them. Even in the end, you couldn't properly atone, despite turning into a fish. Your efforts, your life, all of it, amounted to nothing. Seafood sacrifice. Great. Let's see. What happens if I load here? What happens if we beg for forgiveness? I don't know if this is any different, but... You collapse to your knees and bow down low as you start to earnestly beg for their forgiveness. I'm so sorry, I swear. I'd do anything to make it up to all of you, but you're out of options. Suddenly, bleh, you feel something stir in your stomach and swim its way up to your throat, closing off your airway as it tries to force its way out of your esophagus. Blah. It finally succeeds with aid from your helpless gagging. Blah. What the? Lying on the ground in front of you. Big fish. It's a flopping fish. You just threw up a living fish. Infinite food. Free fish. We're gonna end world hunger. We just need to vomit out fish by the ton. Now, what the heck? The cats come rushing forward, all tearing hungrily at the fish. You're happy to finally be of help, truly. But how? Blah. You throw up another fish, like a fish factory. Blah. Another. And another. And another fish. And another fish. And another fish. What type of fish is this? Actually, I can't really tell just from looking at it, Your stomach hurts. You're getting dizzy. You fall to your knees. Tears and snot are streaming down your face by the time you cough up a tiny, bloody fish and collapse forward. Your throat and stomach both burn in a way that feels dangerous. You start to fade out. Despite the pain, You strangely feel a more overwhelming sense of hopeful pride that you made up for your disgusting actions, that you've been forgiven. The sound of happy cats munching away at their fish fills your ears. Then, you feel something being nudged into your hand. It feels like it's the bar of chocolate you found in your pocket. You smile weakly. You successfully atoned, but you don't really have the strength to eat your reward. Sadly, the last taste in your mouth as you leave this mortal coil doesn't get to be that of chocolate, but raw fish. Fishing for pardon. Okay, that was a different ending. Same idea, but this time we just vomit out fish. Why not? Turns out it's not infinite food though. We just die. Let's see. Alright, so there's that. Seems like that just branched off because of the chocolate bar, you know? We check our pockets, basically. It's funny. Let's reload. Alright. Let's feed the cat, but this time, instead of checking our pockets, let's look around the area instead. You glance around the dark, dingy alley, and only see garbage bags, trash bins, empty cardboard boxes, and scattered litter here and there. If there was something for the cat to eat, surely would have found it by now, right? But you don't want to give up just so easily. You keep looking. You look and only see garbage. You sniff and only smell garbage. You listen. You just barely make out the sound of faint scurrying by the trash bin a few feet away. Quietly, oh so quietly, you creep over to the bin. And you lunge. You weren't very graceful in your attempt. You stumbled and knocked over a stack of nearby boxes full of more trash. But as you stand up, grasped in your hand, is a small mouse. The mouse squeaks and shrieks in distress, wriggling and circling desperately in your grip. You're holding it too tightly and carefully for it to be able to bite it or scratch you, though. It wears itself out eventually and looks up at you with black eyes. It's completely at your mercy. Well, cat, here's your food. The mouse looks scared, as if it can sense your intentions. It weakly starts to struggle again. The mouse is reluctant. Feed the mouse to the cat. It needs sustenance. You feed the mouse to the cat. The cat tears it apart instantly. The mouse's pain squeaks and squeals pierce through you until they're abruptly cut off. Satisfied, the cat mews happily at you, red tinting its fangs. The cat curls up in its now blood-stained box and goes to sleep. You take the chance to leave. A well-fed cat will likely follow you home after all. And cute as a cat is, you really can't afford a pet right now. Still feeling a little guilty about the mouse, you decide to just go home. It's a very normal, quiet, peaceful walk home. After a long walk home, you finally enter your apartment. Head straight for your room and collapse on your bed, falling to a fitful sleep. Later, you wake up. Uh-oh. The revenge of the mice. Just squeaking and scurrying noises all around you. So loud and constant they sound like screams. In the darkness of your room, you see the shifting shadows of hundreds of mice surrounding your bed. You try to run. But you cry out as a twin lances of pain race up your legs. You fall off the bed in your attempt to escape. The hordes of mice dodging you as you crash to the ground. You You can't stand up. Looking back and squinting in the dark, you just about make out the source of your pain. The flesh and tendons of your heels and ankles are mangled, bitten through your socks. Oh no, my socks. No, leave me alone. Desperate, you crawl with only your arms towards the door. The mice descend upon you, biting into your skin, gnawing away pieces of you. You start to fade in and out of consciousness, but you still reach out for the doorknob. Your arm heavy, weighed down by the mice clinging to it with their little claws and tiny teeth. You manage to jostle the knob enough for the door to slowly swing open. These mice are fast workers. You know, the mice are rats. Isn't there like a difference between mice and rats? But your outstretched arm suddenly falls to the ground, lifeless. The mice manage to chew through the flesh and bone of your now dismembered limb. As a few mice creep forward to curiously inspect your arm, you stare blankly at it for a moment before sliding your gaze up. In the newly opened doorway sits a familiar-looking mouse. It stares at you. The darkness in its beady black eyes. You can't begin to measure their depths. Now it's anger. It doesn't like the fact that it got eaten, okay? Nor the hatred pouring out from within them. All of it. Aimed at you. I'm not the one that ate you. Ah! You collapse, head hitting the floor as your other arm is eaten away as well. You're not sure how you're still conscious. The pain should be indescribable. And yet you just feel a cold sense of loss. The mice have clustered along your back now, gnawing and ripping their way between your shoulder blades. Into your back, into your chest. You weakly cough up blood. They must have damaged something important. You feel something being pulled out of you. And in between the moments that blankets of darkness fade out in your vision, you hear something wet plop on the ground in front of you. You pry your eyes open and see it in front of the mouse. Weirdly shaped, red with your blood and pulsing in. So that's your heart. You know, somehow it's outside my body. Isn't it? The other mice all descend upon it, abandoning your half-eaten body. You're losing a lot of blood. You feel sleepy, but you also feel anger. Yes, so much anger. How dare they? How dare they? The last thing you see before your vision fails you is a pair of glowing eyes leering in from the darkness beyond the doorway. You can hear squeaks and shrieks of terror all around you. Low yowls, deep snarls, gnashing teeth, tearing flesh. As your remaining senses leave you, you smile weakly with the last of your strength, and something with a soft, slightly damp and sticky fur nuzzles your cheek. Good kitty. Hey, ending 27. You know, as it turns out, we did gain some favor with the cat, you know. More so like, I think the cat is more like, you know, this is my prey, you know, why are you eating it? Anyway. Alright, well, let's look back, I guess here. You know, let's spare the mouse. We're not gonna feed the mouse, as it turns out. Are you sure? Yeah. Cat is disappointed. You can hear the cat's stomach growling. It must be so hungry. It must be starving. I spare the mouse. You know the cat is hungry. Why are you hesitating? You caught prey for the cat's sake, didn't you? Are you really going to value the life of a filthy rodent more than the cat's? I mean, I know what happens if I, you know, kill the mouse, so I have meta-knowledge. Oh. Man, doomed if you do and doomed if you don't, you know? Catch 2020. You're mocking me, aren't you? Last chance. Hand over the prey. Now. No. Nope. Daga kotowaru. You let the mouse go. It scurries away, squeezing to a tiny hole in the wall, but you don't pay it much mind. You don't flinch as a giant clawed paw slowly falls in front of you, blocking your path to the alley's entrance. You know, if you're so all-powerful, cat, why did I have to catch the mouse? Can you just do it yourself? Not that you had any delusions about escaping. The cat is hungry after all. You close your eyes in acceptance as the paw gently pulls you back, and back, and... Ending 26. A life spared. Alright, well, obviously, I think that's the end of that little branch. Reload. Reload, actually. I mean, these are all different ones here. Guess reload here. Feed cat. Oh, interesting. Okay, here. Hey, there's an additional option here. We can choose to feed the cat blood. You know? I mean, I guess it likes blood. Here, have some blood. The cat lets out a sad, pleading little sound. It's hungry. It must be starving, so you look around and see a nearby shard of glass. Your body moves as if it knows what to do, what needs to be done. You take the shard and... Now, why would you do that? You carefully hold your finger over the cat. Dark red blood beads at the wound. Before growing heavy enough to drip into the cat's open, waiting jaws. It mews happily at you. You smile warmly and lower your hand into the box, stroking the cat's cheek before letting it lap gently your bleeding finger. When the flow gets weak and the cat meows for more, you squeeze below the wound, coaxing more blood out. Ugh. I can imagine that. It's like, You feel a strange but welcome sense of comfort from the odd exchange. A being other than yourself was hungry, and you were able to provide its sustenance. A small wrong in the world made right, even if so strangely done and only temporarily. Ironically, it's at that moment you start to feel dizzy. You didn't think you were losing that much blood. You slump against the cat's box and listen to it mew in distress. You think it sounds worried about you, or at least you like to think so. It could just want more blood as well. The cat hops out of the box and into your lap, nuzzling at your stomach and meowing unhappily. You wish you could ease its concerns, but it's like you can just talk to each other. You can't help but try to remember the last time you talked to anyone, actually. If you were to die here and now in this alley, how long would it take for someone to realize you were missing? That you were gone? Maybe when tax season comes along? I don't know, anyway. Your thoughts are interrupted when the cat yowls loudly, tensing up in your lap. You don't have time to wonder why as a voice rings out from the entryway to the alley. Hello? You random person. Hey you, are you alright? You don't answer. You don't think you can. Your voice feels locked away, deep, deep within you. The cat looks up at you with a long stare, as if assessing you. It looks back towards the voice with a final nuzzle to your stomach. It hops out of your lap, walking towards the alley's entrance. But then, it starts to shift. Its face opens up. It peels back. And opens again. Writhing tendrils peeking out from where you think its mouth should be. The stranger's silhouette freezes in the light beyond the alley. Well, what the hell is this? But they don't have the chance to finish the question. The tendrils converge into one, before shooting out of the cat's jaws and piercing the stranger's shoulder. The little pain cry in a fearful yell. They claw the tendrils, trying to pull them loose, but to no avail. You can't seem to process their screams. You stare at the creature before you, so different from the cat who mailed out of concern for you earlier. I save the game. Hey, don't do that. You can't let this happen. You shakily crawl forward and weakly grab the conjoined tendrils that pulse as they drain the stranger's blood. When you tug as firmly as you're able, the tendrils pulsing halts and the cat turns to you. It makes a strange trilling noise that sounds like a question, but you have no answer. You can't even understand the question, so you simply scoop up the creature, the cat, cradling it in your arms. And you gaze almost longingly at the light beyond the alley's entrance. You don't know what's going on, but you just can't sit by and watch someone else be eaten so viciously. Not when they try to see if you're okay. Not when you could offer yourself instead. You think the stranger is set free, because after the sound of shoes hastily scuffing the pavement fades into the distance, you feel something sharp pierce your back. It feels thin, almost like a needle, so the pain passes quickly as your body adjusts to the intrusion. You're sure it wasn't so thin when it scoured through the stranger's shoulder earlier. But as you feel your blood leave your body, slowly as if being pumped out, it gets harder to think and your vision starts to fail you. The creature in your arms makes a soft sound. You hold it as tightly and closely to you as your weak arms can manage. This is fine. You're okay with this. You don't know if this will change anything. Surely the cat will get hungry again at some point after you're gone and no longer an option. But at least this time, you're able to save someone. Ending 28, personal care package. Very heroic. Trying to sacrifice ourselves. Oh, I try to load, but now I just get eyes. Great. Cool. Amazing. Ding. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just so tired of everything. Not you. Never you. But I couldn't be the person you deserve. Couldn't ever hope to be. You're so amazing, smart and talented and independent. You shined. But in comparison, damn it. So stupid. So worthless. But when it approached me, it didn't tell me that it wanted me. It needed me. Maybe that's what I wanted all along. Wanting could be so fleeting, but to be needed. There's nothing I wouldn't give to have someone tell me that I mattered to them. That they needed me. You're walking, right? Of course. First time you run a while. The weather's absolutely perfect today. That's a good sign, right? Maybe your luck is finally starting to turn around. Okay, so we're just back here. I feel like. I don't know. Okay, do not take the cat home. What was that saying? You never take this thing home with you. We saw that before. Okay. So let's save here. It seems like, yeah, maybe getting that ending gets like a special thing where like you got to do like certain things in the story. I kind of want to go back to where that was before though. So let's try to feed the cat again. Blood. All right. This time, let's let the cat feed. You know, it's hungry. Let it eat its food, okay? Ah! Someone help me! You know, sucked up like a straw. You look away as the creature devours the stranger. Kind of reminds me. Oh, it reminds me of well, it reminds me of Dragon Ball Z. You know, when Cell sucks up people with his big weird tail. Anyway, they drain them until they're nothing but a husk of bone, skin, and clothes heaped on the floor. You feel awful, but what could you do? The creature is also a living thing. Shouldn't it be allowed to eat what it needs to? Does it not also have the right to do what it must do to survive? You ignore the voice in the back of your head that questions if there could be another way. It's not like you try to see if you could eat anything other than blood. Human blood. Now did you? The creature purrs as it rubs its side into your arm. You realize that after a bit of rest, you've already started to feel better. But you also think that something inside you feels a little bit broken too. You're just not quite sure what it is yet. You stand and hold out your arms. Still hungry? The creature trills happily and hops into your outstretched arms. Let's go then, yeah? Ah yes, we got a Pokemon. It's like Pikachu, you know? It's our best friend. Time to go on an adventure and kill them all. You know, instead of catching them all, we kill them all. I mean, what? You leave the alley together. You go into the world together. I wanna be the very best. The cat is hungry. They'll be hungry often from now on. Very often. Screams of fear and terror follow you both wherever you go. And without thought or care or concern for any of it, you just stand back and watch. Go! You know? Cat demon, I choose you! Ending 29, all you can eat. Blood Fae. Blood Fae? Blood Fae, well, it's like buffet, but it shouldn't end in a Y though, it should end in a T. Anyway. Alright, so there you go. That's a lot of endings. How many endings we got? 13? Wow, not even halfway. Not even halfway. Well, alright. So I don't know if I'll be able to finish this game today. I kind of don't want to leave halfway though. But for now though, let's take a quick break actually. It's been about 2 hours. I'm going to grab a quick snack, go to washroom. I'll be right back after a few minutes, then I'll continue playing this game where I try to get the rest of its endings, you know? I guess that's the kind of like the quote-unquote gameplay loop. You basically just kind of follow all the different branches and everything. Again, my theory, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just meant to be like surreal, but like my theory is that we're stuck in the cat's mind, right? Like in the beginning part was the only like real part. The rest of this like takes place in kind of like a dream, basically dream world. And we're like in the cat's mind. And of course the cat's like some kind of like weird supernatural being. I don't know. Anyway. I guess we'll see. Alright. BRB. After a few minutes. Alright, let's continue. Okay, what do we load? We load, we did that. Okay, so we just go here, I guess. As far as I understand, no, as far as I remember. Okay. So we kind of like left the cat to do her own thing. We fed the cat. Let's play with the cat. Oh, you just want a little attention, don't you? The poor thing must have been bored sitting in that box all day. You're not sure you're much of an interesting companion, but you're willing to do your best. There's gotta be something you can entertain the little critter with. But what? Well, I guess, we'll check our pockets. Oh. We checked our pockets last time we were feeding. I don't know. It's be the same thing. I guess we'll see. You dig into your pockets. You find a small piece of string, not very helpful. In your right pocket, it's a bit of chocolate. I'm sorry. Not too helpful either right now. Yeah, last time there was the whole chocolate thing. The chocolate incident. The only other thing you got on you is your phone. No, it looks more like an iPad to me, but well, I don't know. I don't have an iPhone. But I've seen an iPad. It looks like an iPad to me, but I guess they're the same. I guess iPhone and iPad is the same. Not much of anything the cat can play with, but there is something you can do. Photo montage! Great. Oh, that was fun, right? Well, you enjoyed yourself. Well, if nothing else to do with no intention of taking the cat home, you decide it's probably best to just leave. You don't want to get the cat too attached after all. At least you'll have some memories to take with you. Okay. See you around, I guess. Good luck. Okay. You turn and walk away, but as you leave the alley... Oh. Your phone just got a message. You open it up and... What? Right now, cutie. It's a picture of a familiar-looking cat. As it turns out, the cat got a phone. Huh? The cat does look cute and happier in the picture. But it's not a picture you recognize. What the heck, did I? You didn't take this picture. You peek over your shoulder at the cat. But the cat is simply looking at you. It's hiding its phone under its box. It's pranking you. It's pranking you and like putting you on TikTok. This cat is actually a famous YouTuber prankster channel, with a zillion subscribers. It mews sadly as if pleading you to come back. I leave. I refuse to be a victim of your YouTuber prank channel. You ignore the cat and briskly walk out of the alley without another look. Phew, that was weird. You're a good distance away when... Not again. You reluctantly look at the new message and... Now ignore me. Creeped out, you decide to just go home. I know you're seeing these. Come back. Come back. Come back. Big smile. Now this cat is very needy, Stop texting me. I'm gonna block you. Can see you. Can always see you. You can't hide. I'll always find you, oh whoa. What do you mean, oh whoa? Your eyes dart around nervously, certain that you're being followed. But there's nothing there. You're finally home, but you feel too shaken for any relief to calm you down. You rush to the bathroom and slam the door behind you. Everything's okay. This isn't real. Yeah, the oboe is not real. It can't hurt me. It's just like a bad dream. Everything's okay. You fumble in the dark to turn on the sink and slash your face with some cold water, hoping it will calm your mind and stop the hallucinations. Because that's all they are, right? Hallucinations? You're really regretting leaving home today. You must have been overworking yourself more than you realized. Yeah, that must be. You know, the buzzing, every time he's in a video game, the buzzing sounds, it is a little too realistic, you know? It makes me think my phone is buzzing. You jump as your phone alerts you to yet another message received. Sure, I'll check the phone. With shaking hands, you look at your phone. Hey, friend. With a big smile. What? Startled, you whirl around and instinctively jump back. You slip, smashing the back of your head into the bathroom mirror. Oh, that's 7 years bad luck. You don't register the pain just yet, your eyes shifting wildly around the room. There's nothing there. Nothing at all. You feel dizzy. You feel... Dazedly, you dazedly feel the back of your head and examine your hand. You can't really see anything, but it feels warm and wet. The smell of copper fills the air. The dizziness overwhelms you, and you collapse on the bathroom tiles. Help! You reach for the phone to call an ambulance. The batteries are dead. Every time. Just conveniently. Or inconveniently. Ending 30. Photobomber. Alright. Had that happen before? You know, sometimes when I watch other streamers, sometimes there's like a window sound, you know? I don't know if I can like replicate it. I don't know how to do that. But you know, sometimes like a beep boop, you know, window sound, like a Windows error sound, that also makes me think that it's me, but it's the streamer doing that, you know? It's happening on their end. Let's see. Let's reload. It's over here. Alright. Let's ignore the phone. You know what they say about having too much screen time? You really gotta put the phone down, you know? You get addicted to it. The phone vibrates insistently over and over. Just turn it off. Turn off the phone. But you just can't look. You keep your eyes squeezed shut. Your fingers tightly grip the sink. In your mind, you beg whoever or whatever is doing this to just stop already. Please. Please, just put me out of my misery. You mutter this quietly. You don't really mean it. You don't. But as the words take shape in the darkest corners of your mind, the phone immediately stops vibrating. You think that this will give you relief. But you only feel dread sinking heavily into your stomach. You can feel eyes on you. Feel puffs of air on the back of your neck. Damp and deep and slow. You take a deep breath and open your eyes. You look at the mirror. Nothing. You peek around the room. Still nothing. Nothing at all. But you know that something is there, waiting to be acknowledged, for you to accept the fact of its existence. Only then will it deign to give you peace, to free you from a life of constantly looking over your shoulder, of fearing your own image, of your own reflection. You can feel its patience limitless and old. You can't win against it in a war of attrition. Your lifespan will long expire before it tires of you. So, you close your eyes and accept it. Sneak attack does extra bonus damage. As your head is severed from your neck, you're filled with peace, grateful at the very least. You never had to see it, whatever it was. Headshot. Monster kill. Okay, well, That's the phone ending, I guess. Let's see. Let's reload over here. And let's see. So this is after we took some pictures. I guess we hang out and do something else? Well, I guess I can stay a little longer. But now what to do? Alright, so it just loops back here. It's fine. Okay, we'll go play the cat. And let's see. Let's look around the area, for something to do the cat, I guess. Find some kind of toy. You search around, but there's really nothing in the alley that looks interesting enough for the cat to play with. So maybe... how about a game? You decide on a game you've known since childhood. Red light, green light. A classic. Teaching a cat how to play might be a bit of a challenge, but you get the feeling the feline's natural hunting instincts will help it along. You walk to the entrance of the alley, the cat meowing at you. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You exaggerate your movements, covering your eyes with your hands, and turn around. 1, 2, 3. Red light. You spin around. The cat hasn't left the box, tilting its head at you in curious confusion. Yeah, I don't know how you do this in real life. How would you teach a cat this kind of game? I guess I'll try again. You try again. This time you go a bit slower. 1, 2, 3. Red light. What was that show? Was it a show or a movie? Can't remember now. It was I can't remember now. A Squid Game, right? Squid Games. Was it a show or a movie? I never watched this. I don't know. I just know that it was popular for a bit, and everyone talked about it. It was a show, right? It was a TV series. Yeah. For some reason, I think it's a movie. Probably some kind of like movie spin-off of it, if I had to guess, or something similar. Anyway, when you turn around this time, the cat is out of the box. The cat freezes under your stare as if it thinks you can't see it if it doesn't move. So cute. Satisfied that the movie is getting the hang of the game, you turn again, speeding back up. 1, 2, 3, red light. You turn around. The cat is a few steps away from the box now, peeking up from behind the dumpster. Its eyes trained rather intensely at you. Well, at least it's having fun. You turn again, and feel a sudden chill run down your spine. You feel silly, but you can't help counting just a little faster this time. 1, 2, 3, red light. Whirling around after saying red light. You look at the cat. It's halfway down the alley closer to you now, but it's as if the perspective of what you're seeing is off somehow. Doesn't the cat look a little bigger? Its pupils are thin slits now. Something's not right. The cat meows at you again, but it sounds much deeper than earlier. It's crouched down as if poised to lunge forward. Your breath shudders a little as your heart starts to race. Your foot instinctively shifts back. You freeze immediately. The cat looks impatient. Yes, that's the only thing it looks like. It wants to keep playing. But you gulp and turn around, swiftly counting and turning again as you gasp out. What is this like? I'm imagining that's what happens as well. The ground shakes as you whirl back around. To find yourself staring at a long surface of black fur, you slowly look up, and up, and up. You see a giant, shadowy figure leering down from its position hunched over you. Fangs dripping with saliva, claws crushing through the concrete walls of the alley. Its glowing eyes are unblinking as they look back at you. The cat waiting for your next turn. How do we win? I guess to win the game, you have to look at them while they're moving, right? I guess. But it's so close. If you turn around now, you don't want to play anymore. There we go. I run instantly. Of course, you get murdered. You don't even finish turning around before claws grip your torso, digging in and piercing the soft flesh of your stomach with ease. As you're lifted into the drooling, gaping jaws above you, you can't help but think there must have been another way out of this. But pointless regrets are pretty typical of you, aren't they? You're a quitter. Of course, you don't run. Alright. I guess we back up. We must abuse the rules of the game and back up while looking at the cat. That's how it works. Like the SCP. Keeping your eyes trained on the giant looming over you, you take a step back. No, that's cheating. No, there's a run, restore backup.exe? Sure. Begin restoration. I don't know. Okay, well, this is something I don't know. Maybe the game explains it in a different ending. But this is definitely not a path I can continue onwards, I feel like. So I guess we're gonna have to go back on this. Ooh, okay. If I guess I try to run, I'll probably just the same ending, right? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to go back to that next time, because I don't know how to get past that one yet. Maybe there's, I don't know, maybe probably there's a hint in other branches. I have to get all the endings first. Let's see. Alright, so I gotta remember that. Let's see. I guess we load back here. Play with cat. I guess, actually, well, wasn't there like a, hold on. Oh, I didn't save. I guess, well, let's see. I don't know if it matters, but let's do this again. And instead of keep playing, try something else. I don't know if it matters. It might not do anything, really. I just want to make sure. You know? Oh, there's an empty slot here that I missed. That annoys me for some reason. I'll make a save there, even though it's not chronological. Okay, try something else. So I just want to see what this option does. So this is after we try to do the green light, red light. The cat doesn't understand what we're doing. So we try something else. Well, maybe the concept is too advanced for a cat after all. That's okay. You'll think of something else to do. Alright, okay, that's it. It just ends there. Unless we do it again? Oh, try something else. Okay, it just loops back. Alright. So I want to make sure, you know? Gotta make sure we're not missing any branches. Okay, let's see. So we're trying to play with the cat again. This time, let's use the power of money. After being out in this alley all alone for who knows how long, you personally think your furry friend deserves something special. I'll be right back. You quickly leave the alley and rush to a nearby pet store. You browse through all the different toys for cats. There's so many to choose from, plush and bright-colored and scented of catnip. But you realize that most of the toys aren't meant for a cat to play with alone. You can't stay in the alley playing forever. And you can't exactly afford to get another cat as a playmate. Another. That's it. You know exactly what to get now. After a quick and successful search of the store, you make your purchase and rush back to the alley, eager to show off your find. I'm back. The alley feels even gloomier after spending time in direct sunlight. It makes you feel that much prouder of your gift. You skip over the cat and dig in the store's plastic bag. I've got something for you. The cat leans up, curious of the bag's contents. You pull out your gift to the cat. Ta-da! It's a facsimile of your form. The small cat plushie. The plushie is a light orange cream color with burnt sepia stripes, making it resemble a tabby cat. The synthetic fur is soft but not unrealistically so, And the large eyes are a pale green more subdued than you would expect for a toy. There's no denying it's just a plushie, but the thoughtful details still make it almost uncanny to the real thing. Which makes it perfect. A companion for the cat. It's like a stuffed corpse, you know, from the perspective of the cat, it's like a stuffed corpse, you know, and one you can actually afford. Win-win. That's not all. You give the plushie a little squeeze and... meow, this one. The cat looks unimpressed. Well, you think it's cute. Guess your purchase wasn't so successful after all. Out of options and lore and cash, you awkwardly place the plushie in the box next to the cat. You get up and turn to leave. You're a few steps away when you hear an electronic meow behind you. Huh? You turn to see the plushie on the ground next to the box. The cat is watching you closely, staring. Well, I pick up the plushie. You sigh and go over to pick up the stuffed toy. You really do just want attention, don't you? You hold up the cat doll, examining the little. It looks a little different. Did it just look at you? Meow. That's just a feature. You know, it has motion detecting eyes, that's all. Oh, now it's low on batteries. You're gonna get new batteries. Oh no. The plushie somehow opens its own mouth before biting into your wrist. Not my wrist, I need that. Now stop. You try to fling it off, but its grip on you is strong as it drinks your blood, ravenous and frantic. You hit it against the concrete walls of the alley. You try to tear out its sturdy fabric. But try as you might, you can't seem to hurt it or make it stop. It's just a toy after all. Eventually, you start to feel faint, enough to collapse to your knees in defeat. You got defeated by a toy plushie. The stuffed doll is drinking more calmly now, as if its previous aggression had been a mere reaction to your desperation. It seems satisfied that you're no longer putting up a fight. You think you blacked out for a second, as though you're still sitting. The next time you're conscious, your eyes are closed. You feel so weak. You have to use all your strength just to pry open your eyes, and when you do, you see a kitten? Its fur a familiar orange cream with burnt sepia stripes. Or sepia? Is it sepia or sepia? I don't know. Sepia? Sepia? It's lapping at your wrists. The kid lifts his head and looks at you with piercing pale green eyes. It mews at you with a high squeaky pitch, mouth covered in blood. Yes, the miracle of life. It's downright adorable. If you are about to die from blood loss. The cat strolls in your line of vision and picks the kitten up. It gives you an indecipherable look, before turning away. The cat carries the kitten back to the box and starts to carefully and dutifully clean it. You sway and find you can't right yourself before falling to the ground. It would seem that in the end, you got the cat a playmate after all. A living doll. Hey, got a friend. You're dead though. Oh well. Let's reload. I can't remember actually. Did I? I'm trying to think about all the branches that I got. Did I do the branch where I gave the, like, you know, the feeding the cat part? Did I do the one where I buy it food? I don't remember now. Technically I did, right? Well, in one of the branches you get like a chocolate bar, you throw it away, you go back to the grocery store and buy it like a fish, right? Did I do the one where you directly go to the grocery store? I might have forgotten to do that actually. You know, I'm reminded because you buy a toy, right? I don't know. I can't remember if I bought something from the grocery store. I might have forgotten to do that. Well, you know, I'll do some the magic of editing. You know, when I edit this and put it into like a video, probably multiple videos, just like multiple hours. probably like, you know, the order of the endings. You know, like I want to make sure like I'm doing it like I don't know. For me, I like making sure I do the endings in order, even though it's not a particular. There's not like a canonical order or anything. I just want to make sure it's like a logical order. It's just kind of weird to go back from all the way to like a previous decision just to do that. But anyway, for now, let's go back here first though. Yeah, I mean, well, there's actually I think 40 endings. There's 40 endings right here. 40 endings, and most of them you end up dead. That's the point. Anyway, reload. All right. How about this time we just simply leave? You know, we do a lot of leaving. There's always an option to leave. You know, that's what they always say. You know, you can always leave. You know, except that when we do, we always end up dead. Ungrateful little monster. You huff in annoyance. You're welcome. Shaking your head, you turn to leave once again. Ah! When a sharp pain lances up your arm. Yeah! Crying out, you grab your arm only for it to fall off. Your arm just falls right off. You stare in shock at your severed limb on the ground. Gathering your courage, you turn to look at where your arm had once connected to the rest of you, only to see not blood, it's cotton. Touching it, the stump doesn't even hurt. That's until the same thing happens to your other arm. Ah, no, I need that. You fall when both your legs succumb to the same nonsensical fate, crying out in agony that comes and goes like it never happened, as if you're not currently laying in the dirty ground of an alley, limbless, just like in that game Kenshi. What in the world is going on? You can't make sense of it. You can't think straight. The pain has receded, leaving you with a strangely empty pit in your stomach, considering you still have a stomach and it wasn't replaced with. As you lay back, helpless and still in shock, staring at the sky, the cat's face appears in your line of vision. It lunges your torso and starts biting and clawing into your chest like a chew toy. It doesn't hurt anymore. You feel like it should. You're not sure if you're glad that it doesn't. Eventually, you feel the cat pull something out of you. A small doll that looks very, very familiar. It's hard to tell, but that doll that's you, isn't it? The cat hops off of you and heads back to the box of its prize. At least you think so. Everything's too dark to tell. You wake up and finally can't move an inch. You can't look around. You can't even breathe. Though none of those realizations seem to be a problem. All you can see is the face of a familiar-looking cat curled around you, purring in its sleep. For some reason, this doesn't bother you. You're not sure why, you feel like it should. Try to latch onto the thoughts in your head that feel like memories of another life, another time, another you. But the thoughts slip away like forgotten dreams. Oh well, that's fine, isn't it? You're just a doll after all. And a doll's role isn't to have silly thoughts or to remember unimportant things, but to be a companion. And judging from the cat's contented purring, you seem to be performing your role perfectly. You're filled with an overwhelmingly strong sense of pride at this fact. And so you too feel content. Well, we turned into a doll. Great. How do we have, of course it doesn't make sense, but like, how do we still have thoughts when we're just simply a doll? I guess we're just a magic doll. Is the main menu a little different? It looks a little different. Anyway. Ending 18. 18 endings. Let's reload. Let's see. Well, I think I forgot. Well, let's go back. Let's go back. Buy a toy. Do. guess reload here. Right. Yeah, that's interesting. I thought there was a... Huh. Yeah, I swear there was an option to choose buy something for the cat, right? But there isn't. There's just check pockets, look around the area, and blood. Oh. Am I misremembering? Is it the... I don't know. Mandela effect? I don't know if that's the right word. But I swear there was an option to, like, give it... Like, that go to the grocery store and buy it food, right? But that option is gone for some reason. How strange. Was it ever there? You know, was it ever there? I don't remember. But yeah, there's only blood. I already chose the blood option, though. That's just the blood option. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just the blood option. It's whatever. Been there, done that. Let's see. Play of cats. So I think we already exhausted all the options. So leave, feed, and play. We've done those options. There's, I mean, this option. I don't know what this is. I mean, I don't know if it does anything. You're not ready. Yeah, okay. It doesn't do anything yet. I remember because there was an option like that too in the when you feed the cat. The blood option wasn't there yet. You know, it was a question. It was like a bunch of question marks. So we can't do that one yet. Let's see. Well, on second thought, let's go back here. All right. So there's only these options. So okay. All right. Stretch a little bit. All right. So it looks like we've exhausted all of our options involving not taking the cat home. So, what else is there to do but to take the cat home? Let's take the cat home. Well, why not? Right? You barely reach out your arms before the cat eagerly leaps into them and climbs into your shoulders. It butts its hand to your temple, nuzzling against it. You can't help but smile at the cat's enthusiasm. Let's get you out of here, yeah? On the way home, you briefly consider getting cat food. But that'll be a waste of time. You shrug at the odd feeling and move on. You live in a modest apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, you living alone in it. So it feels weird having another living being inside it after so long, even if it's just a cat. This is a very much a repeat of the prologue. You lock the front door, place the cat, the new environment. It just sits there and looks at you. Alright, so we have an option here actually. Unlike before. Well, I'm gonna go off and do my own thing. Like what? I don't know. I'm going to... I gotta do some chores. Gonna clean the apartment. You decide that even if it's your day off, that doesn't mean you should be completely unproductive. You know you have a guest and all, but you really shouldn't put off your chores. Best to get them done while you're in the mood to do so. But for now, you get dressed, roll up your sleeves, and get to work on cleaning the apartment. At least, you try to. You sweep the living room. You wipe the kitchen counter. Okay, you don't make your bed, but who actually does that, right? Who does that? Still, he knows that no matter how much you clean up, you keep finding more messes than when you started. You peek over at the cat. You suspect that it might be the culprit behind this mystery, but every time you rush to check on it, every time you rush to check on it or catch it in the act, check on it, or I want to say check in on it, you always find it napping in the living room. You keep cleaning, but the cat, or something, keeps leaving more and more mess in its wake. You know, it's the... I don't know, it's like the dirt gnome, you know, in the house. It's like secretly causing more dirt to show up. I guess we will... we'll just keep cleaning. Don't worry about it. You keep cleaning, but there's just more mess, and more, and more. When you finally stop and look around you, You don't even recognize your home anymore. There's piles of junk everywhere. Do you even own this much stuff? You don't remember ever buying or receiving most of it. The piles tower over you. You feel claustrophobic. The stench of garbage is overwhelming, despite your hands feeling raw from all the cleaner fluid you've been using. Your eyes still burn from the bleach. You need some air. You need to get out of here. You hear a crash and see a teacup you're certain you don't own smash on the floor. You look up and see the cat perched on a teetering pile of china and kitchen appliances. It looks so evil and smug. It's like a real cat. It carefully nudges around another teacup around from the pile, sending it careening to the ground. But you don't even flinch as it shatters. Instead, you start to chuckle. Suddenly you're laughing, it's so hilarious. The tears start running down your face. I knew it was you. You did this, didn't you? You pick up the largest piece of ceramic from the broken teacups. Didn't you? And throw it at the cat. The cat dodges by leaping off of the pile. The pile sways. It sways. It's falling. It's falling towards... It turns out it was a very big pile. You can't move. You're buried. The pile fell on top of you. Broken shards of fine china and sharp utensils are piercing your skin, your organs. Your bones feel loose and limp, crushed under the heavy appliances. Warm liquid pulls under you. With the last of your strength, you listen as the cat pans over to you before laying down and purring sleepily. Yeah. Nap sounds? Nap sounds. Pretty good. A nap sounds pretty good. Ending 1. That's technically ending 1. The dangers of owning a cat. They kill you. Over and over again. Alright, let's load. Alright, so while we're cleaning, let's catch the cat in the act. How are you supposed to finish cleaning up if this little imp is making a menace of itself? No. You know the cat's the culprit. You consider locking it up in the bathroom, at least until you clean up the rest of the apartment. But it just doesn't seem fair when you don't actually have any proof. You need to investigate this further. You need proof. You need to call Phoenix Wright to break this case wide open. But not just for the sake of your sanity, but more importantly for the sake of cleanliness. You start to clean again and peek around behind you, catching mere glimpses of a paw here or a tail there. But as with earlier, when you rush back to the living room, the cat is still sleeping. Okay, you want to play, cat? Then let's play. This time, you decide to lay a trap, one your feline friend won't be able to resist. You tackle the kitchen island counter and give it the works. It's glistening by the time you're done. It's so clean. You'd dropkick anyone who even thought of eating off of it. The perfect trap for your little cleaning saboteur. You whistle innocently as you exit the room and hide around the corner of the entryway to the hall. From the angle you're at, you have a perfect view of the cat and the island counter. There's no way you won't catch the culprit in the act now. If it really isn't the cat, maybe you give it a treat as an apology for your suspicions. But as you deliberate if you should stop by the grocery store to get some fish, the cat starts to shift. Its back that was rising and falling evenly moments ago is now rippling in small tremors like an agitated wave on a black sea. It's shuddering. It's bubbling. It's bulging. It's bulging up. Ah yes, the miracle of life, again. What the hell? You gape in disbelief as another cat bursts out of the still sleeping feline you've taken home with you. You're fairly certain that's not how cats give birth. How do you know? Do you know? Are you sure? But more importantly, you watch cat number 2 shake itself off before leaping up in the counter, rolling around the top of it, leaving fur and grime in its wake. Probably should have given it a bath earlier. You feel like your mind's lagging behind reality of the discovery you just made, but you don't seem capable of thinking beyond smaller observations. For example, though the hows and whys of what you're wincing elude you, the more pertinent question that strikes you is that if the original cat is still sleeping, and the clone cat is busy making yet another mess, then where are all the other clones? Suddenly, the two cats look directly at you in perfect unison. Their eyes pinned you to the spot with their intensity. But you realize with the familiar sinking feeling of being watched from behind that they're not the only ones looking at you. You slowly turn around. Packed in the hall behind you, from the floor to the ceiling, is a living, breathing, arriving wall of cats. Of clones. All piled on top of each other. You know, I feel like this is like a Dark Souls fight. You know, this would be a Dark Souls fight. Was there like a fight like that? I can't remember. It's like a bunch of like... I guess... I mean, there's a bunch of fights like that, I guess. Which is a bunch of like things clumped together. The glowing golden eyes of every cat in the undulating wall of pure black fur. Every single eye is trained on you. Out of fear and a sheer desperate need to distance yourself from this blight on reality and order, you take a single step back. And in response, the wall just breaks. And the cats all stampeding over you. I raise my shield, I parry all the cats, no? It'd be kind of cute if their soft paws weren't hiding claws as sharp as knives and murderizing you in the face. You try to protect yourself, but there's just too many of them. Blood leaks steadily from your scratches. You feel dizzy. With what little strength you have, you turn your head and watch as the cats tear through carpet and upholstery. And I'll pronounce that, to be honest. Upholstery. Knock over vases and dishes and lamps, claw the walls. And it's gonna take forever to clean this up, you think. And maybe you'll tack it all again later, right after you take a short nap. With a annoyed sigh, you breathe your last breath. You know, like, the dying thing, who cares? It's like, it's more of the fact that they're making a mess, you know? Who's gonna clean all that up? Ending 2. Alright, I guess the game kind of expects you to do, like, these endings first. I don't know. Let's see here. I did that. So, let's see. Catch the cat in the act. Alright, so... Well, we tried cleaning. That didn't work out. Let's watch a movie. And as I mentioned before, you know, why go to the theater when you can just watch a movie at home? You know, it's easier. You're not tired enough for a nap, but you're too lazy to get started on any of your chores. So you decide to watch a movie. You get dressed in your favorite pajamas, make some popcorn with a obscene amount of butter, and head over to your armchair. Only to discover that the cat is already napping in it. You frown a little in thought. Your couch isn't at the best angle for optimal TV viewing pleasure, and you don't feel like pushing it around and having it put it back later. You know, why is the main character always so obsessed with the optimal, you know, viewing angle every single time? I don't know. I guess, I mean, again, I don't really worry about it. I don't watch TV. Anything I watch on the computer screen, really. The only options you have left are to sit on the floor, or move the cat and reclaim your throne. This is mine. Reclaim your throne. Destroy the king. You square your shoulders. Sorry, kitty, but that's my spot. You pick up the cat and place it on the floor. It's clearly upset with you. When you try to pet it as an apology, it dodges your hand and scampers away. You shrug and put on a random movie before nestling into your chair. It's some horror film that you love to heckle from beginning to end. You love to heckle? You love to heckle. Nothing but an endless string of pointless jump scares. Did the writers not know the meaning of the word subtle? What was that? Was that the bathroom? The cat must have gone to the medicine cabinet or knocked something over. Calming your thundering heart with a deep breath, you pause the movie and get up to investigate. Whoa! The cat dashes between your legs from the hall. Fleeing the scene only makes you look guiltier, you know? You're even more reluctant to see the damage now. You just want to relax and watch your bad horror movie. You go into the bathroom and turn on the light. Just as you thought, all the stuff in your medicine cabinet is scattered on the tiles. You sigh. At least none of it looks broken or damaged. You crouch down to pick everything up. Did the door just close? Did you bump it when you crouched down, or...? Well, at least the cat can't come in and make more of a mess this way. Lights. Didn't you just replace the bulbs? They weren't faulty, were they? You never remember to hold on to your receipts for situations like these. You thought you'd be able to get your money back. You stand up. You shake out the pain in your knees from crouching and open your medicine cabinet. Carefully, you place everything back where they belong, making sure nothing is missing. You close the cabinet door. You know, what was that about, like, cheap jump scares, you know, when they were watching the horror movie? You jump back, slam against the wall, covering your mouth. You look back up at the mirror on the medicine cabinet door to see... Nothing. Nothing. What the hell? Something was... You know you saw something just now. You know you did, right? I mean, both these options are the same. Oh, what was that? Wait a minute. Like, I was saving there and I see the cat in the background as you go back to the game. That's funny. Well, you saw something. And I feel like those both of those options seem to be the same. You rush out of the bathroom and slam the door behind you without looking. You enter the hall and... No. Not another jump scare. An endless string of jump scares. No! I'm like in a bad horror movie. You shield yourself your arms and... Nothing. Nothing again. You peek through your fingers and see... Just the usual hallway. You don't feel very good. You need to sit down. You carefully make your way back to the dark living room. Try not to overwhelm your senses any more than you already have. And maybe you should watch something a little bit more lighthearted. Or just lie down instead? You don't know. It's a little hard to think. You just need to sit down. Stumbling forward, you reach your chair. But... It's nothing. It's nothing at all. Just a cat, sitting back in your chair again, looking up at you curiously. But it's enough. Your heart lurched so harshly out of a mixture of fear and anticipation that it completely gives out. It's jump scared to death. Great. Your eyes roll up into your skull. You feel yourself falling back. You're dead before you even hit the ground. Ending 4. Infinite jump scares. Okay. This game, I feel like it's satire right now, you know? At this point, it's just satire. Because it does do that. It does do that just in general, like, you know, just endless jump scares. I feel like just in general, like a lot of horror games do that, you know? Yeah, I mean, there's a game called that, right? I never played it myself, but I watch other people play it. Spookies, House of Jump Scares. But to be fair, the only jump scare in that game was like the beginning part, you know, where like cardboard cutout, you know, jump scares you. All the other jump scares are not really jump scares. They're just monsters chasing after you. As far as I remember anyway. My multiple updates, I don't know if it's any different. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see. Let's reload here. I don't know if this choice matters, but I want to just click on this just to be sure. Oop. Okay, I'm assuming that's the same thing. Alright. Okay, so that's just the funny jump scare ending, where everything is a jump scare all the time. Forever. Alright. Let's see. Well, I guess we're not gonna fight with the cats. I guess we're gonna sit on the floor like a pleb. You decide to sit on the floor. The cat's a guest after all. You pride yourself on being a good host if nothing else. Well, at least you would if you ever had any guests over before. You grab a blanket and some pillows and make a comfy nest in front of the chair. You pop in a random movie from your collection and can tell instantly that's one of your favorite horror films. You've seen it a few times already, but it never fails to get your blood pumping. A few minutes in, and you're already invested, getting reacquainted with the story and the characters. The scares won't come until later, but for some reason, you feel like something is watching you from behind. You know it's probably nothing, but you feel compelled to check anyway. You peek over your shoulder, only to jump out of your skin, jostling a few pieces of popcorn out of the bowl in your lap. The cat's awake and looking right at you. You take a calming breath, recovering from your heart nearly lurching out of your chest and immediately feel foolish. It was just the cat, of course. It was so quiet you forgot it was right behind you, even though it's the whole reason you're sitting on the floor in the first place. You shakily pick up the remote, intending to rewind some of the parts you missed. However, as soon as you press the rewind button, the TV shuts off. Not again. So many power outages in this apartment. You gotta complain to the landlord. You blink, confused. Nothing else turned off. The kitchen's dim light was still on. The digital clock was still glowing and the movie player was still rewinding. The power clearly didn't go out, so why? You feel a chill run down your spine as you catch the cat's reflection in the dark TV screen. It's still looking at you. Cats stare, silly. It's kind of their thing, right? And you're a new addition in its life. Of course it's gonna study you closely to see if you're trustworthy. As you mentally reassure yourself, you turn the TV back on. What? The TV's on, but the movie isn't what's playing on screen. It's you? You watch yourself frown on screen as you feel your brow furrow in tandem. It's like footage of you in real time, like you're being recorded in your live stream. You feel the familiar sensation in your mind focusing on small details to avoid the bigger picture of your current situation. Avoiding the questions of how this is happening, of who or what is doing this, and why. Suddenly, your mirrored self smiles and waves at you, all on its own. You don't wave back, too stunned to move. The you on screen doesn't seem to mind though. It then stands up. It walks out of frame. And a terrified yell rips out your mouth before you can think to stifle it. On screen, in the chair, it's the cat. What's wrong? It's become a large, swollen mass of black fur. Its twitching pulse, arithmetical? It's twitching pulse arithmetical with its slow, almost methodical breaths. Its mouth is a yawning entrance to a black abyss, framed by a set of teeth that looks very, very sharp. Glowing eyes bulge all over its body. Interesting mouth shape. It's still looking at you. It doesn't even acknowledge your on-screen persona as they walk back into the frame and pet it almost lovingly. Then, the you inside the TV touches one of the cat's fangs. You flinch at a sudden sharp pain in your palm. You look down and sure enough, your hand is bleeding. You're not particularly afraid of blood, but for some reason the sight of it leaking out of you sends another chill down your back. A thought, clear and terrible, flashes across your mind. It's not just the mutated cat in the TV that's watching you, is it? Don't look behind you. Don't look behind you. You watch helplessly as your on-screen self smiles and nods at you, almost encouragingly. They stand in front of the cat's gaping jaws. They look into the dark depths, as you're torn between the horrifying realization of what's about to happen, and the gripping wonder of what they're seeing, looking back at them from that deep, deep darkness. They jump in, I guess. They get vored. Darkness is a sudden presence all around you, pressing in, holding you down, and yet you somehow also feel weightless. You can't tell if you're falling, but it doesn't feel like you're laying down or standing either. You feel warm. You feel cold. You feel everything. You feel nothing. You feel nothing. Huh, that's it. It just ends. Silent film. I'm assuming the doppelganger is like a representation of ourselves. Once the doppelganger gets eaten, we also get eaten. Assuming. Let's see. Well, what was that? That was simply just sitting down. There wasn't a choice after that, right? It was just sitting down, and that's it. So I guess, watching a movie is out of the picture. Let's see. Let's reload. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, so reload here. All right. Actually, let me drink some water. So, let's not watch a movie. Let's just take a nap. You're a little tired from the events of the day. Making life-changing choices like committing to the responsibility of caring for another living creature really wears you out. You could definitely use a nap. A cat nap, even. You head to your room and get dressed in your pajamas before you decide to grab a glass of water from the kitchen. You head back to your bedroom ready for a much-needed nap. Whoa! Only for the cat to race past you through the open door and jump on the middle of the bed. It takes its time kneading at the sheets before settling down and closing its eyes. Well, that was fast. You frown thoughtfully. Now that your mind's on it, you find yourself really craving a nap in your own bed. There's no way you're settling for sleeping on the couch. Certainly not the armchair. Which means you should... Save the game. Well, let's move the cat. This totally will not have terrible consequences. Again. You tentatively nudge the cat in an attempt to make it move on its own. It doesn't budge in the slightest. Keep trying, this is my bed. This is my house, this is my rules. You push a little more firmly this time. The cat sounds annoyed of you. Again, you will sleep in your own bed. The cat opens one yellow eye and slides it up to look at you. Is its voice a little deeper than before? Move the cat. You move forward, ready to shove the cat with all your might. Yeah. You're thrown back by some invisible force and crash into the dresser before falling into the ground. Ugh. When knocked out of you, you look up in a daze. You don't quite comprehend what it is you're seeing. A strong, swirling wind has picked up, throwing items all over the place, as if a miniature hurricane had just taken form in your room. And right there in the center of it all is the cat. Turns out it's an airbender. Hovering in the air above the bed, its eyes open, glowing like molten lava. You watch as a vortex rips open the center of your bed. What? And panic as the swirling wind turns to a vacuum, dragging you towards the bed. Oh, I guess if you want the bed, you want it so bad, I guess we're gonna go inside the bed. Your nails catch and tear as you desperately try to cling to the carpet, the floorboards, any and every piece of furniture within your reach, bloody fingers slipping clumsily on every surface. But there's nothing you can do. As you touch the vortex, your body starts to disintegrate. Tiny particles of your body separating, floating into nothing. The last thing you see is the cat landing nimbly in the bed and kneading at your sheets, or it curls up and falls back asleep. Just casually summons a black hole, easy. You not disturb. And thus we die. Again. Alright. Alright, I guess we'll just sleep next to the cat. It's not taking up too much space, is it? It's like a tiny cat, right? Well, you shrug. What's the harm in sharing the bed, right? You both have had a long day after all. Try to carefully avoid jostling the cat as you lay down, but it merely scoots over and curls up against you anyway. You smile. Not so bad. Sweet dreams. Though I have problems with naps, to be honest. Like I take too much naps. You know, it destroys my sleep schedule because I feel very sleepy. You know, and then like I just want to lay down for a second, then it turns into like 3 hours, and I wake up like very groggy, and like I can't get back to sleep at my usual time. It ruins my sleep schedule every single time. But like I can't help it because I feel so tired. You feel like you slept for a long time. You feel a warm weight on your back, but you don't see the... Oh, mystery solved then. You feel comfortable. You consider getting up, but as soon as a thought enters your head, your mind feels ecstatic and a deep sense of disapproval. Not yet then? Okay. The cat, jostled by your attempts of movement, kneads painfully your back before settling down again and falling back asleep. You fall back into slumber too. It's night. You want to get up. Ugh. Claws dig into your back like a warning. Tomorrow then, right? If we just continue sleeping. Forever. It's morning. You'll be late for work. But the cat doesn't budge. You don't even try to get up this time. You just close your eyes and drift off again. It's the next day. Since the last several days. Or has it been weeks? Or longer? You're not quite sure. But, you're stinky now, and you're hungry. You know how long you've been lying down. You feel sore on your back, but also your stomach, your arms, your face, everywhere. You can't remember your last meal, last time you drank anything. You've been sleeping all this time, but you feel exhausted, more tired than you think you ever felt in your life. It feels like a giant hand is pressing you into the bed. You can't remember the last time you even considered moving. But somehow you know that you need to go back to sleep anyway. Everything will be fine if you just go back to sleep. You think you're hallucinating when the cat finally stirs. It stretches languidly before hopping off your back. You hear its feet padding through your still open bedroom door, its steps fading down the hall. You don't open your eyes. You don't move. You're afraid you don't remember how. You're afraid that the static will return if you try. But eventually you do try. You try to prop yourself up on your arm. It's thinner than you ever seen it. Thinner than you think should be possible. The arm snaps under the weight of your body and crumbles to dust on the bed sheets. It doesn't hurt in the slightest. As if even your nerves have dried up and become as useless as you feel in general. Just how long have you been laying in bed? You don't have much time to think about it. Your failed attempt at sitting up sends you tumbling over the side of the bed like a rag doll. But you think you're probably closer to being a ceramic doll, as your body shatters instantly upon impact with the floor. Your head rolls towards the door, letting you watch as the rest of your strewn body parts crack and crumble, and turn to broken ruin as your consciousness begins to fade. The cat strolls into view then, poking and prodding at the remains of your brittle limbs. Bad kitty, you try to say. But you think your jaw might have snapped off earlier as well. Almost as if sensing your attention, the cat walks over to you. Well, your head at least. And you watch your final conscious seconds as it lays down, curling its body around you. Time to sleep again, that was a good nap. Time to go back to sleep. It feels warm. Well, maybe another nap couldn't hurt. Just a cat nap. Just keep sleeping forever. This is very Junji Ito, by the way. I mean, it's a very similar Junji Ito story. It's kind of like this, except it's like slightly different. Well, it's actually, it's very different, but but same premise, like sleeping for a long time. Anyway. Oh, Here's another little scene. A meta scene? I don't know what you call it, but I try to reload and it's more eyeballs. Bing. In the days leading up to my meeting with it, I've been obsessed with a memory. Someone precious to me had found someone precious to them. My best friend. My only friend. I was happy for them truly. But then I'd be happy for the others too. They promised it wouldn't happen to me again. That they knew how it felt to be told by someone you cared for that they outgrown you in your friendship. That they never, ever do such a thing to me. There's not a moment that passes now that I wish I'd risked the pain of their rejection and just believed them. But I didn't. I pulled away before they could, trying to protect my fragile heart. But it only hurt all the more. Selfish as it was, I wanted them to fight harder to keep me around. When it appeared before me, it promised to be just that. A friend that would never, ever let me go. A friend that would never, ever leave me. And all I had to do was promise the same thing in return. Sounds like codependency. Anyway. Okay, this is the same thing. Weather good today. That good thing. Maybe good luck too. Yes, lucky. Lucky, 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 lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Lucky. Very lucky. So much luck. I will repeat it like 100 million times. Or maybe it was fate? Anyway. Okay. Well, just take I guess we'll do the usual thing. Take the cat home. Do something alone. Well, we actually exhausted all the options here, but let me just let's check real quick. Take a nap. But then do something else. Maybe you can try napping later. You decide to do something else for your time. Right, okay. So that just goes back here. Just make sure. Okay, there you go. I think that's all the options as far as I know. Cleaning, watching a movie, taking a nap. I think that's all. Alright. So, as it turns out, trying to do something on our own doesn't really work out. So, let's do something with the cat instead. Maybe the cat needs attention. We have several things to do with the cat. Let us pet the cat. It's not every day you have access to a cute, fluffy animal. What else is there to do but to pet it to your heart's content? You sit on the floor in your living room and click your tongue to call the cat over. The cat dashes over to you, immediately climbing into your lap. Poor thing, you just want attention, don't you? Alright. You carefully pet the cat. A rub behind an ear, scratch under the chin. A smooth sweep along the back. Good? You keep petting the cat in your lap, enjoying this bonding time together. But the cat starts to get restless after a while. Just like real life. Just like real cats, by the way. Like, they always want your attention, but then they don't. You know? I keep petting. You're not allowed to say no. I keep petting you. You're not quite ready to stop. You feel so calm, the repetitive actions soothing your usually overworking mind. You keep petting. The cat leans away from your next head pat. It's trying to get out of your lap. Keep petting. I must pet. When you scratch under the cat's chin, it bites your fingers. You might be bleeding, but really it barely hurts. More of a warning than anything. The cat struggles in your hold. It's watching you closely. I keep petting. You keep petting the cat. The cat bites off your finger. It hurts. You're definitely bleeding now, but for some reason, you just can't stop. You don't know what it is. Its fur is so much softer than you realized. You think that would be shining in the faint light of your living room, but it's as if the darkness of the cat's black coat is sucking in all the illumination around it, rendering it completely null. You're drawn to it, like you're somehow holding a deep dark abyss right in your lap. It seems calmer now, munching your severed finger. The stump between your thumb and middle finger is leaking. But you keep petting. You fret that your blood will ruin its fur, but the cat no longer seems to mind. The time passes. It's dark out now. Soft as the fur is, your palm has started to feel raw and damp under the constant friction from your petting. You think faintly that maybe you've had enough. You start to lift your hand from the cat, when in a flash, your entire hand is separated from your wrists. It flops into your lap beside the cat. The cat's claws on its front bright paw glisten with crimson liquid. You don't feel it for a moment, but your body tenses, anticipating the pain as you blankly watch the cat lick at the bloody palm of your severed hand. It hurts. It really, really hurts. Then, the cat looks up at you and you feel compelled to keep petting. You're reluctant, but you're also afraid what will happen if you don't heed the call. What will you lose next if you try to resist again? You were hurt for your insistent petting earlier, yet now you've been hurt for trying to stop. It defies all logic, but that's what scares you. There's no reasoning with such fickle whims. It's true. It's true. The fickle whims of a cat. You feebly try to raise your uninjured hand to pet the cat, but it stiffens, golden eyes glinting dangerously. You never know what happens. Well, alright then. You raise your bleeding stump and resume your petting to the best of your ability. You pet. And you bleed. You pet. And you bleed. You pet. And you bleed. You pet. And you... well, you freaking get murderized. You know, the dangers of petting a cat, you know? Get literally murdered. That's just realistic. You know, that's not even like a supernatural ending. All the other endings are like, you know, the cat is a monster, it's a demon, whatever. That ending was just realistic. It just kills you. All right. Well, I guess we load here, but then we do something else. All right. Let us feed the cat, but this time in our own home. It's like slightly different than the other times, maybe. The cat looks hungry, so you decide to feed it. You're regretting not stopping for food earlier as you don't have much left. Grocery shopping day is tomorrow, after all. You head to the kitchen and click your tongue, ensuring the cat follows after you. It leaps nimbly onto the kitchen counter and watches as you search for meal options. Let's see. You find some things you expect. A can of tuna, some leftover meatloaf in the fridge, and what's that? You realize there's a tightly sealed Tupperware on the bottom shelf of the fridge. You don't recognize it. A foul odor is leaking from the container. Whatever is inside can't be safe for human consumption. But is it safe for cat consumption? Maybe? But the cat seems excited about it, practically salivating over it. Still, you're the caretaker here. You're the one who needs to decide what's best to feed a hungry cat, so you'll feed it. Okay, you can choose. More choices. Amazing. I will feed it tuna. That makes sense, right? Cats like fish, right? Shrugging, you take out the tuna for the cat and the meatloaf for yourself. You put the frankly ominous container back in the fridge. Who needs that? The cat looks a little disappointed. Tough. You need to dispose of that weird whatever it is later. You open the tuna and spoon it into the small saucer. You put the saucer on the kitchen counter next to the cat. You don't think you should be encouraging it to eat up there, but you figure you'll make up for electing not to feed it the toxic goop it wanted. The cat looks like it finds the tuna acceptable. You'll take it. Eat up, kitty. As the cat digs into its meal, you go about heating up the meatloaf in the microwave. While setting the time, you hear, hmm? You turn and see that the plate is completely empty. Oh, that was quick. You need to pace yourself. What the? What? You watch, baffled, as the cat continues to hiccup, causing little bubbles to float out of his mouth. Okay, that's okay. You can process this. It's not completely out of the realm of what's possible, right? Right. Best not to think too hard about it. Soon enough, the room is full of the floating bubbles. The cat releases a final tiny bubble before yawning and laying down right there on the counter. Well, glad you enjoyed it. The bubbles haven't left the room or popped. They seem to be pretty resilient. Wait, what? What's that? As one of the bubbles float closer to you, you see that there's actually something inside it. A tiny, furry fish? This is just getting weirder and weirder. Still, you can't help but marvel at the impossible wonder in front of you. You lift a hand. You extend a finger towards the bubble, carefully press it against the surface. The little fish inside lashes out, viciously sinking tiny fangs in your finger. Right, it's a miracle of life again, by the way. This cat keeps reproducing somehow. It doesn't really hurt that much at first, but then... Ah, what? Pain starts to climb from your finger to the rest of your hand, past your wrist. Could it be some kind of venom? You fling your arm around in an attempt to dislodge the fish, but... Yeah! You accidentally knock your arm into several of the bubbles floating around. More tiny, ravenous fish latch onto your flesh. You stumble back out with the pain and a sudden bout of dizziness, only to bump into more bubbles. You know, somehow the game makes the bubbles, like, kill you, you know? Everything kills you in this game. More fish digging their teeth into your back. It hurts. You're getting dizzy. You gotta get out. You deliriously try to stumble out of the kitchen. But the entire room is filled with deadly bubbles. By the time you collapse to the ground, you're absolutely covered in tiny, angry, biting fish. Your legs, your torso, your arms, your face. The pain is unbearable. You can feel it in your skin, your teeth, and your eyes, and your hair, and it's so consuming you can't even feel yourself convulsing or crying. You don't black out. Your eyes are still rolling up into your skull when you gas out your last breath. You're a fish out of water. Well, I'll feed the cat tuna, I guess. Hey cat, you want some meatloaf? Can you feed cats meatloaf? I don't know. I have no idea. You get the feeling the cat won't be too impressed with anything that comes out of a can. You're not about to feed whatever the heck that toxic looking sludge is. So it's settled. A tuna sandwich for you and leftover meatloaf for your feline guest. Actually, I like tuna sandwich. Very delicious. You ignore the cat's disappointed meows as you put the weird container back in the fridge to dispose of later. You warm up the meatloaf in the microwave. You place the now warm meatloaf on the saucer next to the cat on the counter. I don't know, it's like, can you feed this to a cat? You don't think you should be encouraging to eat it up here, but you figured it'll make up for electing not to feed a toxic gooby wanted. The cat looks like it finds the meatloaf interesting. Works for you. Eat up, kitty. As the cat digs into his meal, you go about searching for some bread for your tuna sandwich. You're so distracted by your search that you only just barely hear. You turn around and see that the meatloaf has only one, maybe two bites taken out of it. But more alarmingly, there seems to be a red trail of something leading away from where the cat had been sitting, and off the edge of the counter towards the living room. Is that blood? I hope it isn't Chris's blood. No. You jump at the strange sound coming from around the corner, further into your apartment. You attempt to steel your nerves. Taking a breath, you walk around the counter to head into the living room. You step into something warm and wet and red. You resist the urge to vomit and step away from the trail of. You follow a trail into the living room and see that it leads into the hall. It's getting louder. It's definitely in the hall. You feel like you can hear your heartbeat. You hope whatever it is in the hall can't. Your body shakes as you feel yourself step forward. And forward. And forward. And forward. You peek around the corner. Nothing. There's nothing there. What? You walk further into the hall and see that the trail leads all the way down the end of it, but there's nothing there. You don't quite feel relief, but at least. You feel something wet and warm drip onto your cheek. Something very warm. You swipe your shaking hand across it and pull it back to see your fingers covered in something. You look up and see what can only be described as meat. Meat. The entire ceiling of the hallway is covered in a thick, undulating, writhing layer of pulsing meat. Writhing. At its center is a single glowing eyeball, frantically rolling around in every direction. Until it lands squarely on you. You try to step back, desperate to escape the hallway. To escape this thing. But before it can even scream, meaty tendrils shoot out and grab you. No, let me go. They pull you up and up into a pair of slowly opening jaws. And then... Okay. You got eaten. You know what they say, you are what you eat, so I guess the cat became the meatloaf? Giant meatloaf monster? Anyway. Alright. How many endings do I got? 27? Alright, we're getting there. How many endings are there? It's like, I don't know, it's like 13 endings. Let's see. Let's reload here. Alright. Well, against my better judgment, I guess we'll feed the cat the mystery food. We gotta find out what happens, right? Is this really a good idea? Fine, I guess if this is what you want. You open the container and... Ugh. You just barely manage to keep from throwing up. But just barely. The stench is overwhelming. Ugh. Yeah, give me a minute. Pickles? Is it pickles? I like pickles, though. You hazard a look at the contents of the container, but... you honestly can't understand what you're supposed to be looking at. Everything is just mashed together. What exactly everything consists of is a mystery you're more than happy to keep unsolved. Different shapes, different sizes, different textures. Not the color, though. All of it is the same color. The most unfortunate looking shade of gray you've ever seen, tinted with a nauseatingly wet green film over the top. Look, am I supposed to warm it up, or you don't really know how to serve it? Any utensil or plate that touches is getting thrown out immediately. No exceptions. Your hands are going to be scrubbed with soap and hot water to within an inch of their lives after this. You decide against putting this crap in your microwave. You doubt it would taste or smell any better warm. Not wanting to hold it anymore, you shake your head and practically toss the container next to the cat on the counter. The cat enthusiastically dives with a toxic-looking sludge, sniffing at it as if savoring the scent. You turn to the fridge and close it. You've lost your appetite. You're about to head to the bathroom to wash your hands for the next hour or so when... Nope. Ow. A sharp pain in your foot causes you to stumble. You catch yourself in the kitchen sink and look down to see that the tip of your sock is... red. And the red is still slowly spreading to the rest of your sock. Are you bleeding? You quickly reach down and pull off your sock to see the damage. Your middle toe is gone. It's just gone. Just a stump left in its place, steadily leaking blood into the floor. You clumsily step back as if it would help you get away from what you were seeing. The blood trail simply follows your movements. 911. You have to call 911. You know, it's funny, we never tried that. But, well, we tried a few times before, but usually the phone is dead. Phone, where's the... What's... Your tongue is... My tongue! What happened? What's happening to me? Well, it turns out this piece of, like, weird meat goo is connected to our body somehow. Once again, did the game do this in another part? I feel like the game already did this. You know? Where, like, our body psychically being destroyed. I feel like the game's done that multiple times. You slowly look over to find what the cat is eating. Completely unbothered by your suffering. Nom 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 nom. Not bothering to try and stop the blood from dribbling out of your mouth. You keep watching in a daze as the cat happily chews the gross piece of... Wait, that's... You look more closely at the mystery food in the cat's jaw. It looks vaguely familiar. It looks like a tongue. Nom nom nom. Before you can even think to do anything to stop it, the cat dives into the container again and bites into a piece that looks kind of like a... Ah! You collapse to the floor, clutching your torso. You writhe around the blood-streaked tiles, crying. Something inside you just... Blah. Blood pours out from deep within you. Whatever that was, felt important. Who needs it? And that was probably gone too. It hurts. It hurts so much. Oh yeah, our tongue is so gone. Stop, please. You weakly try to reach up the cat on the counter above you. Your vision blurs from the effort, from the pain, from your tears, from... What? Your eyes. Your eyes. May the rats eat your eyes! Or in this case, a cat. You fall limply back to the floor. You're leaking blood all over. From all over. Your foot, your mouth, your insides, your eye sockets. You can feel your life fading away, too. That's fine. If it means not feeling the pain of losing another part of you, then. Hopefully the cat will take its time eating your eyeballs. And give you time to just... Hey, you are what you eat. That's what I said last time, in the other ending. Alright. Well, that's mystery food, as it turns out, it's you, somehow. Yeah? Let's see. Well... let's reload here, I guess. So we tried petting the cat, we tried feeding a cat, let's play with the cat. Poor thing was probably bored stiff sitting in that old box all day. Just watching crowds of people walking by them. Ignoring them. You can't just leave them alone as soon as you're home. A little interspecies socializing won't kill you, right? That's a weird way to say that. Interspecies socializing. Anyway. I don't know. Well, I'm reminded of that anime, you know? That was quite explicit. Anyway. Like interspecies... What was it? Interspecies reviews or something? Can't remember. I can't remember what it was. It's a very explicit anime, actually. I mean, it's basically almost porn. Anyway, you just want some attention, don't you? You want to play, huh? Okay, then. What to play, though? I don't know. But we play some video games. Can the cat, like, hold a controller? You know? Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? As it turns out, it has gone wrong more than a few times, actually. Everything has gone wrong. Multiple times. That's that's the game. Alright, let's see. Look for some yarn, maybe. If every movie and cartoon involving cats you ever watched since childhood is to be believed, then you can deduce with almost absolute certainty that cats freaking love yarn. Probably. You unearth some from an old box in the hallway closet that's filled with knickknacks from various abandoned hobbies. You consider just handing the ball of bright red yarn over to the cat and supervising from the side. But that would defeat the idea of playing together, wouldn't it? You cut off a decent length of string from the ball of yarn and go back to the living room. The cat is resting on the floor. It's not asleep, but when it looks up as you enter the living room, you feel like you could doze off right there and then. You'll fix that. You smirk a little, confident of your surprise, and let the piece of yarn dangle just above the floor, pinched between your thumb and index finger. Nani? The sudden shift in the cat's demeanor makes your heart start a beat a little faster. Its posture has barely changed at all. Just a subtle shift of the head and ears, a slight tension in the shoulders, a sharpness in the gaze as it locks onto the yarn dangling an inch above the floor. The cat could still pass on being almost relaxed, calm, and yet the air is thick with its eagerness to lunge forward, waiting for the right moment to strike. You feel like you've just witnessed the awakening of the perfect predator. You're almost afraid of what will happen once you make the first move. But it will be you who makes the first move. You take a deep breath. Relax your shoulders. And... Ta-da! Oh! Yoink! The cat had lunged the instant you wiggled the yarn, but you're faster. Hayai. It completely misses as you flick your wrist, making the yarn recoil out of his reach like a terrified snake. Having overshot the landing in its eagerness, the cat stumbles and looks around as if shocked at his failed attack. You generously click your tongue to help reorientate it, or reorientate it. Reorient it? Oh, it's a weird way to say that. Cat whips its head around at the sound. You're slightly taken aback at the intensity of its stare on the yarn, but you persist. You wiggle the yarn again, encouragingly, and yes, maybe a little tauntingly. Tauntingly. This time, the cat anticipates the yarn's upward dodge and leaps up to swipe at it. But you're already one step ahead, puppeting the yarn to dance gracefully out of reach once more. Come on, you can do it. It's a little condescending, but you can't seem to help it. For some reason, it feels a little good knocking the feline down a peg or two, considering all the other times where it murders you. At least it seems to be enjoying itself. You hope anyway. You keep going. The cat's movements have gotten more aggressive. It must be getting frustrated. You could swear it nearly took a shot of your eye that last time. It jumped so high and erratically. You've been keeping the yarn in constant motion, afraid to slow it down. Your wrist is starting to get tired. The cat doesn't seem to be losing any energy though. It's like it's getting faster and faster. It's powering up. It's going into overdrive. Ah! Your wrist finally cramps sharply, making you lose control of the yarn's motion as the tip of it brushes lightly against your stomach. Oh. And then it gets seppuku'd. Ah! Pain rips low across your torso. Into your torso. What? Blood pours out of your mouth. Like that part of the game, I mean, a few parts of the game, just taken out of context, that would have been like a very normal, like wholesome cat visual novel, where you just play with a cat and that's it, but nope, it always ends with us dying. In a daze, you look down and see red blooming slowly along the bottom of your shirt, around tears in the fabric. You watch as thick, long ropes of something. Well, that's called the intestines. And I believe, as far as I read, if your intestines ever kind of fall out of your body, that's like really bad, because that's how it gets infected, and you have a really high chance to die. It's like really horrific to have your intestines just kind of fall out of your body. But they pour out from under your shirt into a bloody heap on the floor of your feet. A single red streak rope still hangs from you, connecting you to all of that mess. Are those your... You crumple to the ground and topple over into your side. Your vision has gone blurry. But... You can just make out the shape of something small in a deep, inky black as it walks over and inspects your... God, they're your intestines. Before it starts to giddily roll around the mess of your bloody insides next to you. Yay! More yarn! Darkness falls over you. The cat sounds happy. Nonsensically, you wonder where the yarn has gone, but there's really no need to worry about it. That cat seems content with the next best thing. At the end of your rope. Alright. Alright, how many endings? Got 29? Got 11 endings left, I think. Man. Close to 4 hours, though. I want to, like, be done with this game. Let's see. Let's load. Where am I? So we're here. Alright, so we just have, 3 more things to play the cat with. Let me... I'll actually take a very quick break. Just a quick bathroom break, actually. And then we'll see if we get the rest of the endings. BRB. Was that like rising tone? I don't know if I heard the song for as long as that before. Anyway, all right. So yeah, let's try to get a few more endings. I don't know. I'm getting really hungry. I don't know how much of the game's left. I'd like to finish this today. So anyway, all right. So let's play with the cat some more. Let's use a laser pointer. Well, you always see people mess with cats with laser pointers, Cats are curious creatures by nature. They're also natural hunters, sort of. Why not pass the time by letting the cat hunt after something it'll never quite understand? That sounds a little mean when you think of it like that, but it's not like the cat will know anyway. Ignorance is bliss, or so they say. So you dig out your old laser pointer from your long-gone dreaded days of group presentations in school. I never thought about that. I never actually used a laser pointer to do presentations. I mean, we just present with like PowerPoint or something, right? I don't know. You flip it on and see that even after all this time, the batteries still work. You get a little kick out of aiming it at the mirror hanging in the living room, so it reflects off the glass. making a little red dot appear on your knee. Is that how it works? The cat cautiously walks over, stopping every few steps to cast a look of suspicion at you. When it finally reaches you, it lightly presses a paw to your knee, like it's trying to catch the dot of red light as casually as possible. You manage to hold back a chuckle, not that it really matters. The cat isn't paying attention to you at all, entirely focused on the light now resting on the top of its paw. You move the light a little higher above your knee. The cat reacts immediately, trying to pin the light down. But the next second, you've already moved it to the floor. Well, good thing, yeah, move it away from your body. The cat jerkily follows, attempting a more energetic pounce when you shift the red dot. Over here. Over there. And over there. By the couch. On the couch. The cat might be ignoring you, but you're certainly enjoying yourself. It's been a while since you've laughed this much. You're laughing so much, in fact, that you accidentally shift the red dot onto a lamp beside the couch. In its haste to get the light, the cat leaps under the lamp, sending them both to the ground. Oh my gosh. The cat is sitting in the middle of former lamp's broken shards, back hunched, its head whipping around back and forth as if in a panic. You quickly turn off the laser pointer and rush over. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Are you hurt? You reach down to pick up the cat and check it for any injuries when... Ow, hey! The cat swipes at you, claws extended. It backs up and twitches away, making frantic half-turns in various directions as if looking for something, or waiting for something to appear. Geez, that really hurt, you know? You hold the hand with a scratch close to your chest. It's bleeding, but it's not too big. You're more annoyed than anything, but... Immediately your annoyance starts to bleed into concern. The cat wants the red dot. Summon the red dot now! You watch in shock as the cat starts to run over, tearing at the carpet, the sofa, your armchair. You want to stop it, but you're afraid of getting in the middle of its rampage. You consider calling a vet for advice on how to calm it down, but for some reason, you feel like that wouldn't be a good idea. You know, the vet wouldn't know how to, like, do anything with this cat. What happened to you? Is it? An idea comes to you, or rather a realization. You grasp the laser pointer, aiming it safely away towards the floor in the middle of the living room, thinking, hoping, that the cat will calm down if it found what it was looking for. You turn on the laser pointer. The cat's reaction is immediate. I must destroy the red sprite. It must be eradicated. You screwed up. In the span of mere seconds, you watch as the cat spies the red dot from its perch on the shredded armchair, leaps high into the air and activates its limit break, changes in the air, and like transforms into its ultimate form, and slams down to the dot on the floor with a weight and force that shakes the whole apartment, maybe even the whole building. You wonder dazedly how none of the other tenants have rushed over to complain about the noise. Yet as you stare at the sign in front of you, the cat has somehow grown in size, eyes bulging and glowing, tail thrashing, teeth enlarged, bared and covered alarmingly in bubbling froth. Its giant claws rip and shred through the carpet, through the floor tiles, and even below them, ravenously trying to get at the red dot. Your hands are shaking. You don't know what to do. You feel trapped. You have to get away. Get it away from you. You slowly back up towards the door. The light moves with you. Instinctively, you flick the light away, this way and that, the cat stampeding after it. So fast, smashing through the TV, breaking the couch in half. Too fast, bulldozing through the wall into the hallway. A chance. You turn, intending to bolt out the door and never come back. But in your haste, you forget something. You forget several somethings. You forget the laser pointer, grip of like a lifeline in your hand. You forget the mirror, still miraculously hanging on the wall next to the hallway. The laser reflecting off of it, putting a small, glowing red dot on the back of your head. What is this? What is this like? What do you call this? It's like, I don't know. It's so cheesy. Like, of course. As you reach the door, you forget that it's locked. You don't even have the chance to turn around before the cat lunges all the way across the room at you. Headshot. You're torn to shreds before you can even blink. Ending 12. It's just so ridiculous all the ways you can die. I mean, it's what's that movie? What's that movie or movie series, I guess? Final Destination, I think. Never watched it, but you know, kind of like that cliche. Or not cliche. I don't know what you call again, I don't know what you call it, but like it's like that premise, you know, where like you just die in various ridiculous ways, no matter what, you know, in such unlikely ways. But let's see. So there's that. Love the game. Let's not use a laser pointer. You know, let's just play a little hide and seek. You know, no equipment acquired. Just a little hide and seek. That's all. What about hide and seek? You're not quite sure how this is gonna work. And I can't even understand the concept of a game, let alone one with rules like hide and seek. Here, just you pick up the cat and turn them away from you before hiding behind an armchair. Kind of like Groundhog Day? I mean, I guess so. I mean, that's part of it. You know, the whole time loop thing. I mean, that is definitely part of the, you know, story. Like Groundhog Day time loop. You know, but also like, just in general, like, you know, like the most ridiculous ways to die, right? In like a horror movie. Like, of course, they die in such a way. I don't know what you call that, but you know. That's what we call it. It's like often a lot of like horror comedy movies as well, you know. Trope, yeah, it's a trope, but like, you know, I want the name of that trope, I guess. I mean, I could look it up. I don't know, like Final Destination trope, TV trope. Like a word for that. I don't know. TV trope for like dying in ridiculous ways. I'm googling it right now. Ridiculous ways? There's not like a particular trope for it, I guess. It's just the film, really. I don't know. It's just Final Destination, really. You know, in that movie where like I think the premise is like the character is gonna die, like it's predicted they're gonna die, so they try to evade death, right? As much as they can. But like generally speaking, as far as I mean, I never watched the movie, but like the idea is that they can't escape fate, so like they always end up dying, even taking, you know, as many precautions as possible. They always end up dying in the most ironic way, right? I think that's the word. It's irony, you know. It's just ironic death. And like, you know, a lot of other like shows and like, you know, movies, they parody that, you know, and like they make jokes based on that. Anyway. Supernatural? Never heard of it. I don't know what Supernatural is. To be honest, I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't watch a lot of like TV shows, I guess. I'm watch more like anime, but even then, I don't really watch anime these days either. So I don't know. I don't watch anything. I'm just a boomer. Watch anything. Just watch. Well, I just play video games. You know, I played this video game. Anyway, let's see. So playing hide and seek. You're almost certain the cat must have turned and looked while you were hiding. Out of confusion, at least, if nothing else. Regardless, a few moments later, the cat cautiously peeks around the armchair at you, eyes curious. You smile and scoop it up, holding it in front of you. You found me! You win! The cat looks confused but pleased at your praise. This time, you put it on an armchair so it can't see your hiding spot as easily. You dash over to the kitchen, hiding behind the counter. It takes a little longer this time for the cat to find you. This time, when it does, it startles you by hopping down to your lap from the countertop above. Whoa. You found me again! Okay, you win. You rewarded with little scratches behind the ear and under the chin when it leans into your touch. Okay, why don't you give it a try? You go and stand in the middle of the living room. The cat following you. You make a show of covering your eyes and turning around. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. You turn around and see that the cat is gone. Amazing. Huh, you sure catch on quick, as if you're not simply a regular cat and has been, killing me in multiple timelines and is actually like some kind of weird monster supernatural demon thing. There aren't that many places available in your apartment for someone your size to hide, but without the opposable thumbs needed to open the closed doors in the hall, the cat will have his limits too. Don't count opposable thumbs against it. It might have opposable thumbs, actually. Third game. Okay, now where to look? Several places to look, I guess. Let's look, here, let's look in the living room. Look behind the couch and the armchair, then under the coffee table. Nothing. The living room is pretty sparse when it comes to the furniture, after all. Let's look at the kitchen. You peek around the counter, grab a chair and check on the top of the fridge. Even open the cupboards along the floor, just in case the cat managed to squeeze inside. Nothing. You decide that's for the best. The kitchen is for making food, not playing games. Let's go in the hallway. You peek around the corner into the hall. Nothing. You're not sure where you were expecting. With all the doors closed, there's no way in the hall for the cat to hide. You couldn't find the cat anywhere. You start to get a little worried when you hear a soft sound coming from the hall. You head in the hall again and listen. That sounded like it was coming from your bedroom, but you walk down the hall to your room and gingerly open the door. Yeah! The cat trots out and runs around your legs, meowing insistently. It looks disappointed somehow. Perhaps in your apparently subpar seeking skills. But you lift the cat into your arms and look at the bedroom door. How'd you get in my room? You see, I simply locked it. My rogue skills. Actually, I don't know if the bedroom door was locked in the first place. You know the door was closed, right? The cat wiggles out of your hold and runs out of the hall. I don't know. Cats are pretty, cats are pretty smart, actually. I think I might be making this up, but I do have a very faint memory of like a cat actually opening a door with like a doorknob. Like it jumps at the doorknob and like opens it and pushes it at the same time, and like it actually, goes through the door. So it can happen. You follow to see it sitting in the middle of the living room. Upon seeing you, the cat promptly turns around. Guess it wants to take its turn seeking? You're about to indulge it by hiding around the counter again when... The lights. Did the power go out? Darn it. As you wait for your eyes to adjust to the darkness, you notice the cat hasn't moved an inch. Was it scared? Hey, are you... What? For some reason, your heart starts beating faster. You consider going over to the cat, but when you do, the thought makes you feel... You feel like your life is in danger. You need to hide. Now. Let's see. Let's save the game real quick. Sure, I'm gonna sit on the couch. Think about it. Are you joking? You get the feeling the cat won't appreciate your lack of effort in any way. Like hell are you getting any closer to it? Stop messing around and find a place to hide. Okay. I leave. I simply leave. You're halfway to the front door when... You look at the door and see several more locks over it than you know you have. You peek over at the cat. It's not looking at you, but you feel a wave of disappointment practically pouring from it into you. It feels almost like a warning. No cheating. No cheating allowed, I guess. You back away from the door and the feeling slowly subsides, letting you breathe again. There's no getting out then. You need to hide. As I read this, the counter slowly goes down. I hide behind the armchair again, No, that's too close. It will find you immediately. Hide behind the kitchen counter. You've hidden there before, and that won't work. Alright, well, behind the hall? Just in the hall? I don't know, just kind of like, blend into the hallway. There's nowhere to hide in the hall. Simply just dig a hole in the hall and hide in the hole. No, I guess we'll hide in the closet. You quietly slip in the hallway closet. The door won't close because a heavy box now blocking after you squeeze inside. If you try to move it further, the cat might hear it. If it hasn't heard it already, this won't work. Hurry! Oh, okay. Too late. How disappointing. We didn't hide fast enough. You failed. Try again? Sure. Well, obviously, yeah, the counter ran out because I'm talking too much. Because I have to read everything aloud, though. Helping the dog get up. Interesting. Alright. Well, okay. Let's try the other options. Try hiding in the bathroom. You quietly rush to the bathroom and... What? Why is the door locked? You freeze upon realizing how much noise you just made jostling the doorknob and hold your breath, listening. The silence coming from the living room feels heavier than before, more restless. Even if some miracle opened the door now, it would know exactly where you were. Oh, good. Alright, well, the only option left is to hide in the bedroom. You quietly rush into the bedroom, carefully closing the door behind you. The only place to hide in your bedroom is your closet. Okay, let's hide in the closet. You lock the door as quietly as you can before lunging into the closet and sliding the door shut. As soon as you secured yourself inside the closet, there's a sudden shift throughout the entire apartment. As if something can sense that you're ready as you'll ever be. As if it can sense that you're ready to be hunted. A horrible chill runs down your spine as you realize that's what this game has become. This isn't a simple game of hide and seek anymore. This is being hunted by a predator as prey. It never really mattered where you chose to hide, did it? As if in answer to your question, you hear a loud slam on the bedroom door. And you just manage to hold back from making a startled noise at the sound. Knock knock, who's there? Your heart rate kicks up again, making it feel hard to breathe quietly, hard to breathe in general. Tears fill your eyes as you cover your panting mouth with your shaking hands. It knows. It knows. Crying your hands over your mouth, you're trying to smother the choked sounds leaking out of you. You slide down the wall of the back of your closet into a heap on the floor. FBI, open up! Now, you flinch harshly at the sound of the door being ripped off its hinges, followed by a loud crash against the wall on the other side of the room. Like the door had been blown away. The silence that follows is almost too much to bear. You can't. A single sob escapes through your nose. You squeeze your eyes shut in defeat at how loud it sounds in the quiet of the room. Not much point hiding it anymore anyway, is there? You instinctively put whatever energy you have left into listening for footsteps, even as you emotionally shut down. But you hear nothing. 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 Then... something slides open the closet door. You've curled in on yourself, knees up, back curled forward, head down, mouth covered, eyes shut tight, so tight it hurts. You don't want to look. You don't want to look. But that's what it's waiting for. It won't end without this final act of cruelty, of making you look at it before it takes your life. So cruel. You just want this to be over. So, you open your eyes. You see something glaring in at you from the darkness beyond the closet door. It looks disappointed. In the moment before you draw your last breath, you almost consider apologizing for being such unworthy prey. Guess your hiding skills were just as subpar as your seeking skills. Well, that's just an insult. It's just making us feel bad. You know, we just are bad at playing hide and seek, I guess. And thus you die out of embarrassment because of your skill issue. Great. Alright. I do 1 out of 40. 9 innings left. I don't know. I mean, we did this before. I mean, glow, risen on hiding spot. Yeah, this is just the same. You know, just go quick. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, there's nothing here. So this is just death, I feel like. So that's it, I guess. That's just the hiding. It's the hide and seek thing. Alright. Oh, there's actually, yeah, there's another option. Here we go. Alright. So we pet the cat, we fed the cat, we played with the cat, you know. Let's clean the cat. Upon giving it a second look, you realize the cat isn't exactly clean. Not surprising, since up until you brought it home, it's been sitting in a dirty old box. In an alley full of scattered garbage. For who knows how long. You've heard that cats can keep themselves clean. But maybe this is one of those times that a little human help would hurt. You head into the bathroom and set things up, trying to remember how to wash a cat. You're definitely no expert, but you think the best way to get a cat clean would be... Well, I don't know, actually. The only thing I've ever heard of cats is, like, they actually don't like... I mean, pets in general feel like they don't like baths, you know? Sure, let's do it quickly. Cats don't like water, you think. So a quick wash would be the way to go, right? You decide to do everything at once, filling the tub deep with soapy, bubbly, warm water. A quick dunk here, a sharp scrubbing there, then rinse and dry. Cat won't even know what hit it before everything's over. You open the door and click your tongue, beckoning the cat inside. It quickly scampers in, curious of newly available setting. You close the door so it won't be able to run out and make a mess of the apartment. Stealing yourself, you roll up your sleeves. You lift the cat, carry it over to the tub. Your plan's already compromised, the cat starts to struggle in your hold. Probably should have held it so it couldn't see the water. Ow! It scratches your arms. You knew it would be happy about the water, but you didn't think it'd be this irate. Still, as mad as it will be at you for a little while, you know this is for the best. The deep scratch of your bicep startles you, making you drop the cat into the tub. Shoot, kitty! The cat doesn't reemerge, hissing and yowling like you thought it would. You rush over and dunk your arms beneath the salty surface, searching for the cat. What if it bumped its head and blacked out? It would drown. I don't think you gotta worry about the cat. But you don't find the cat. Instead, what the? You watch as the water starts to darken. At first, you think it's just dirt from the cat and feel a little vindicated about your decision, but the water darkens further and further. Until it looks like you filled your tub with black ink rather than water. And we killed it. We simply put it in soap. No, even the salt waters are a translucent obsidian now. This is... something's not right. But as soon as you have this thought... whoa. You just felt something tugging you from under the water. You try to pull away, but your arm won't budge. Whatever it is, it pulls you closer toward the water. You try to use your free hand to release the drain plug, but when you dunk your other arm in the water without thinking, it's grabbed too. Both hands are strained. You can't get any leverage to force yourself free. Help! You drag through the murky waters of the tub. You drag down and down and down further still, as it turns out it's a very deep tub. Much farther than it should be possible for your bathtub. You can't breathe. You think you can't see either, but as you draw your final breath, you think you see what has been pulling you down. Something resting deep, deep down below. Something waiting for you. It's getting revenge. Bath hater. Oh no. Alright. Let's see. Well, let's go back here. Alright. This time, let's clean it carefully instead. You think careful is the way to go. Cats aren't always fond of water, so you don't be a fan of an excessive amount of it. So you pick the cat up, place it gently in the sink before turning on the water. The cat is startled, but ultimately doesn't try to run away. Nice. You lather your hands with some soap and carefully give the cat a thorough half scrub, half massage. After a few minutes, you rinse the cat completely and gather it up in a blanket, drying it. Then you take a brush and carefully run it through the cat's fur. Cat seems like it's in heaven as you brush it. Some hairs are sticking to you, but you don't mind. In fact, quite a lot of fur is sticking on you. Try to brush it away, but it won't come off. Guess you're up next for a bath yourself. You try to ignore the furry fish with the cat quickly, but more hair keeps sticking to you. Your hands, your arms. Before you realize it, they're covered in fur that won't come off. It's thick enough that you try to just yank it off, but... what? Pain lances through the spot you tugged at. Upon closer inspection, you see that the hair is growing. Growing out of you. Oh no, I'm becoming a furry, no! My worst nightmare. You can actually feel it now. Fur growing out of your back, your neck, your face, your eyes. Not my eyes. Your tongue, yeah. It's even growing inside your throat. That'll be really irritating, you know? It makes it very itchy. As you collapse and start to choke on the thickening fur in your esophagus, the cat leans up to your lap with the fur growing on your forehead. Grooming your hair as thoroughly as you did for it earlier. Was it? Wait, did I say... I said furhead. Forehead, not furhead. Anyway, forehead. Grooming your hair as thoroughly as you did for it earlier. You think it'd be sweet if you weren't currently losing air. Still, feels nice at least, as you die, to be looked after and cared for in some way. Even if it's just for a little while longer. The cat's careful grooming is the last thing you'll feel before you're no longer able to breathe. Self-care buddies. Yeah. Alright. The main menu changed again? Looks the same to me. I mean, the same. It was different before already. You know, the little like glitch effects. I think it was already happening before, I think. You know. At least at some point, you know, it changed. Let's see. I mean, what else actually? Okay, I got like 33 endings, but 7 endings left, but I don't know where the rest is. I'm not sure actually. Because that's the bath, right? You pet the cat, feed the cat, play with the cat, clean cat. We already did all those. And we did all of these already. So I guess that's it. What other decisions can I do? Hints? I don't think there's hints. There's like text about... Well, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, there's text about the endings that we get, but I don't know if there's hints. Yeah, it's just question mark. Dog. Excuse me. I sneezed, but I muted the microphone just in time. Let's see. There's an ending here. I mean, you can always just look it up. Maybe? Well, I don't know. I shouldn't know. Is there an ending guide? There is. There's an ending guide. I can literally download the ending guide by the developer. So I'm just gonna do that. Like, I'm just gonna cheat real quick. That's fine, right? Restarting? I don't know. Let's see. I mean, there's a few things. I mean, there's one ending that leads to like some kind of password, which I don't know how to get past that. There's the password. There's... Well, let's see, actually. Well, there's one more thing, actually. Let me reload. I haven't checked yet, but we can reload. I mean, near the beginning, basically. Let's just continue. Okay, there's this question mark option, which hasn't unlocked yet, so that isn't a thing yet. So, all right, let me see. Let me open the endings guide and basically see what I haven't gotten yet. Okay. So 36 to 39 is actually endgame. So there's actually like 4 endings that are like, at least according to the guide, is basically, you know, here from here to here, I think. Right, yeah. From here to here is basically just like a linear thing. Right? So what am I missing? Let's see. So like 4 endings is mandatory, seems like. So really we gotta get how much? 3. So we gotta get at least 3 endings to unlock the final branch of the game. So let's see. I'm missing, it looks like 22 and 23. So let's see. What's 22 and 23? So according to the ending guide, okay, so ending 22 is turn back after choosing to leave the cat and then stay. Oh, okay. So there's some choices there that I technically didn't choose. That's what it was. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's, I don't know, let's make a save here. Do not take the cat home. Maybe? Or was it? Yeah, leave cat. Okay, so leave cat, and then stay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we choose to... Alright, so this time we choose to leave the cat, but let's not ignore our desktop, let's turn back. Aw, how am I supposed to walk away from that? What kind of monster would you be if you could? He sighed a little and walked back to the cat. It looks almost hopeful, its tail swishing faster as it leans up a little more towards you, as if eager for your next move. Alright. Should we stay or should we go? Let's stay. It's strange. The more you hesitate to leave the alley, the more you find yourself wondering. What's the point? You'll go where? Do what? What's the point when you're always doing all of it completely and utterly alone? Even going home to your apartment wouldn't help, would it? 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and 1 you living alone in it. It's been like that for so long. So long. You're startled when you feel an impossibly soft paw pressed lightly against your wet cheek. You didn't realize you'd been crying, or that your little breakdown had literally brought you to your knees right in front of the cat's box. You feel slightly embarrassed, but the cat responds as if it can sense your self-deprecating feelings creeping in. It presses its paw on your cheek 3 times in quick succession. There's a 3 times combo. As it's trying to slap you out of your melancholic state, but they're so light the slaps feel more like getting gently and eagerly petted. You can't help but laugh a little. Can't believe I'm having a meltdown in a dirty old alley with a stray cat comforting me. You smile and show your gratitude with a scratch of the cat's chin. Thanks. I'm fine, really. That just happens sometimes. I really do like being alone most of the time. It's the only time I feel comfortable being myself, you know? But even I get lonely every now and then. It's easy to ignore when I'm keeping myself busy. That's why I push myself to go out today, I think. Or maybe I was hoping to make a friend or something. Though I guess that wouldn't be a good idea. I thought someone like me would make a very good friend to anyone. Especially because I keep dying in every timeline. Okay, maybe I won't go so far as to say that, but... You stay. You stay and just talk to the cat. About anything that comes to mind. Your isolation, your loneliness, your many fears, your losses, your emptiness. Although, the longer you stay here, the smaller the once significant emptiness feels. It's been so long since someone just listened. Also, is the music getting off tune a little bit? Anyway, your words shift to gentler topics. Your hopes, your dreams, happy memories of the past. As you talk, you don't even notice the once cold concrete walls of the alley becoming flesh-like. It's almost wholesome, almost wholesome, but of course everything turns flesh-like, warm and pink. its softness slowly engulfing the both of you. The sound of your own voice feels hypnotic as it reaches your ears. Encourage you to speak more of the depths of your heart into the open. You give in easily. When you do run out of words, you're not sure how long you've been sitting there. But not knowing doesn't seem to bother you. Still, a strange question enters your mind. Leave and go home? Who needs to do that? I'm just gonna sit here with my cat forever. Yeah, why would I want to do that? You're too tired to move. Pouring all your heart and soul is taking a surprising toll on you, but you have no regrets. You're so happy. You don't even know you ever felt so heard, so seen. You lean forward to rest your head on the box. You don't feel the rough cardboard you're expecting. Instead, you find yourself resting in the mass of something. Something soft and slightly damp and warm. So warm. But you can't find it in you to carry on what it could be. You're so tired. You close your eyes, and you get the feeling that they'll probably never open again. But as that all-encompassing warmth encases you slowly, completely, you feel nothing but pure contentment. Hey, we're not alone. But I'm pretty sure we're in that cat's stomach, you know? Alright, let's reload. Okay, you know what? We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave for sure this time. You really can't afford to take the cat home with you. Well, maybe it wouldn't be completely impossible. A few extraneous luxuries cut here and there, and you could see things working out, sure. But there's a slight problem that's making you waver this whole time. One you simply can't ignore. That problem being that you just can't trust this cat. Many reloads. Many game overs, you know. You can't trust this cat. It sounds ridiculous even in your head. Cats don't require trust to care for. They're incapable of betrayal or deception, specifically because, like other animals, they only seek out the most basic essentials of living: procreation, comfort. Malice isn't something that could ever logically be applied to them. I don't know about that. Was there something about like dolphins, you know? Like doing some pretty evil things precisely because they can exhibit malice? I don't know. And yet, you feel it. That behind that gut-wrenchingly adorable face is something dangerous. And that something brought you here. It called you here. You're a curious person, but even you can't shake the deep, instinctual desire to. Get away, 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 get away. The cat's face looks blank. It's an expression you've seen on many cats before, but something about it feels sharper. Like it's aware of your thoughts and your intention to leave. And it's daring you to try. You slowly stand up. The cat tracks your movement with its eyes, not bothering to move its head. You don't say a word. You don't even try to think. Get away, get away, get away. Though you don't really succeed. You turn around and quickly leave the alley, feeling those sharp eyes on you the whole way. When you get a good distance away, you finally take in deep gulps of air. You feel better now. And there's still plenty of time left to enjoy your day off. Yay! Right? As long as you forget everything that just happened. But what to do? I think I have plenty of options. Let's go watch a movie. It's been a while since a film came out that looked interesting enough for you to drag yourself to a movie theater. Let's go to the old theater. Get inside. Oh, what? What the? How did I get back here? Get away, get away, get away. You leave the alley quickly. What now? Let's go to the carnival. You spend the day at the carnival. Yay! It's fun here. All the people having fun, having a great time. You know, for some reason, one of my faint memories of like going to like a, you know, kind of like a carnival or like an amusement park kind of thing is actually getting like an ice cream sandwich. I don't know. I just really like ice cream sandwiches. Though these days I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't really eat it. At least without taking like some kind of like lactose, you know, lactase. What's it called? I call it like enzyme lactase pill or something like that. Otherwise, I can't eat anything with lactose in it. I have like this fond memory of eating like a ice cream sandwich when I was a kid, and it was pretty delicious. I don't know. Anyway, well, we're back here. No ice cream sandwich for me. The cat's face looks. Get away! I run again. Ah! I go to the dog park. Let's go hang out with some dogs instead, you know? It's fine. It has plenty of dogs, such cuties. Ah, what was that? Dogs are disgusting. They should just all die. That was weird. You decide to move on. The dogs are so adorable. So you look around, look for some cute doggies. One to pet, you don't have to wait very long. Here's a doggy. It's so cute. Puppy. You pick up the puppy and you teleport back here. The cat's face looks... We have to get out of here. We leave again. We go watch a movie. Let's go to the new cinema, I guess. Join the line, get a ticket, head inside. Nope. The cat's face looks... It's... Meow, 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 meow. You leave the alley. What now? I think I'll just go home. You know, it's been a long day. Haven't you done this before? You feel sick. Looking around, you suddenly realize that unlike earlier, there isn't a single person in sight. You're alone. You're completely alone. So why do you feel like you're being watched right now? You feel your heartbeat start to race. You need to get home. Now. You walk back home, the feeling of eyes on your back getting worse with each step. By the time you're fumbling with the keys at the door, you're soaked through with cold sweat. Your skin prickles and itches. The heavy gaze you feel might as well be eyeballs physically pressing into your flesh. That's what happens when I read something because I said pressing because of flesh, you know. I should read too fast and like my words get mixed up. Anyway, but yeah, your eyeballs physically pressing to your flesh, sticky and unnatural. You finally get inside and the weight of relief and the sigh that escapes through your lips actually causes you to physically shudder. The horrible feeling from earlier immediately dissipates as if it were never there. In the wake of his departure, you're left shaky and cold in your sweat-soaked clothes, but you're too relieved to care. Exhausted, you mentally pass on the very concept of eating and head straight for your bedroom. You open the door intending to pass out. And what's up? Turns out we never left. You know, I mentioned this like earlier in some like other playthrough, like recently, I think. I can't remember, but I feel like I mentioned this earlier, but or recently. But I do have dreams like this, actually, sort of. It doesn't involve the cat or anything, but like it does involve like me like trying to wake up, but then I wake up and it's like a moment later I'm still in bed. And I try to wake up again, and I'm still in bed. You know, it keeps like you're stuck in this weird time loop where you're like, I keep trying to wake up, but I never do. I've had that dream before. It's annoying. Not again. No. You back up in fear. Eyes trained on the cat in his horrifying grin. You need to escape. You need to get out. If even home isn't safe anymore, where will you go? You risk a glance around you and you see that the walls all around you become fleshy and lined with sharp teeth. The ground now a tongue writhing under your feet. In horror, you realize that the alley's entrance is getting smaller and smaller, closing like a mouth. You try to run for the exit. Nowhere to hide. But trying to run on the tongue slows your speed significantly as you stumble and trip. It gives you a debuff, I guess. Decreases your movement speed. No. You watch helplessly as the last sliver of light from the entrance tightens beyond the sides you could never hope to squeeze through. As darkness falls over you, you feel the damp humidity of the mouth all around you. The walls of teeth, fangs, they take their time closing in, closer and closer. Ending 23, feedback loop. All right, there you go. Okay, so I think there's one more ending I think we can get before we do the conclusion of the game, I guess. At least, again, according to the ending guide, you know, basically, yeah, it's just mostly just linear, and then that's it. Mm-hmm. No, there's also like extra stuff. Anyway. Let's see if all right, what's okay, ending 33, I think? Ending 33. Ending 33. Ah, here you go. Okay, so it was okay. And I think okay. According to the ending, okay, so I got this before, but I didn't know how to proceed. So the ending guide basically tells me, which I didn't realize. I guess you don't need a password. You just need to spell out something, basically. Where is it? This one? Back up. Actually, let me, I don't know, for like, oh, I didn't mean to do it. Just for the, maybe the video. I don't know how I'm gonna edit this. I guess I should read it. I shouldn't skip it. Alright, so, let's try to back up. Keeping your eyes trained on the giant looming over you, take a step back. No, that's cheating. No cheating. Alright, we could try to run, but obviously that would just lead back to the other ending. We'd get eaten. Let's run restore backup.exe. How do we do that? Well, as it turns out, you just need to spell back up. It's that easy, you know? I thought I was gonna need some kind of password or something. So I kind of like, you know, thought I had to come back to this branch of the game. But it turns out you just need to spell backup. You know? It's that easy. What are you doing? Stop! You'll break everything! Backup. Now! Restore load. Delete cookies. Refresh cache. The cat stares as you keep eye contact and back up. You step back and back. As you take one more step back out of the alley, I go home. Error. 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 The world outside the alley seems to be broken. What exactly did you do? Error found. Alright, well, broke the game. Okay. There you go. So I think we got all of the normal endings. So the only ending we have to get is starting from ending 36. And that would lead to the other endings, I think. This according to the guide. How do I start doing that, though? I don't know. It's like... I'm not sure. I mean, I guess we just continue. We just continue as normal. So continue. Oh, here you go. You've been enjoying yourself, haven't you? Yes, I as well. Still, all good things must come to an end. And I believe you are ready. Alright. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is what. So we don't take the cat home. And we click on this option. Stream loading? Is it? I guess, well, my bitrate did go a little bit low. But it's still live. I'm still alive? Yeah, my bitrate did go low. You know, by the way, if the stream pauses a little bit, that might cause a little bit delay. So you make sure to refresh it, I guess. You know, or something. So if you refresh on Twitch, though, it might, like, play an ad, I think. That's how it works? I'm not sure. Like, I don't know, like you pause and unpause, maybe. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Okay. So we got plenty of endings so far. Apparently, we are ready. Whatever that means. Let's click on it. Only one thing left. So, what you should do, the cat has been very, very, very naughty. Huh? Begin restoration? Again? Sure. I mean, it looks like we just spelled the same thing I spelled before. Or maybe not? Actually, it's different. It's not backup this time, it's different. What's the hint? What should you do with the cat that has been very, very, very naughty? I need another hint. I don't get it. It's something it deserves. Something final. Something has been doing to you this entire time. Over and over and over again. I don't get it. So I'm not following. I'm stupid. The act of taking a life. One more hint. Kill it. Okay. Huh? Kill it. Okay. Alright, I think it's you spell kill it. Alright. K I L L I. Hey, congratulations. You spelled kill it. There you go. We have the option now. We must kill the cat. Die. Really? Are you sure? Yes. Once you do this, you won't be able to turn back. Do it. Last chance. Are you really, really sure about this? Kill him. Kill him now. You kill the cat. Oh, yes. Its corpse lays limp and lifeless in its now blood-stained cardboard box. What would you like to do? Let's say it again. I check my pockets. There's no point. The cat is dead. You dig in your pockets anyway. Left pocket, string. Right pocket, chocolate. You eat the chocolate. Delicious. Gotta keep my blood sugar up, you know, after murder. You have your phone. You take a picture? No point. You know, post it on Instagram. Hey everybody, I killed a cat. That's just horrible. I don't know, anyway. The cat is dead. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It was an evil cat, okay? It wasn't just a normal cat. It was like a weird monster evil cat, alright? It's totally justified. Look around the area. What are you looking for? The cat is dead. You look anyway. You look to your left and right. Nothing but trash. You look up. The sun never reaches in here well enough. You can tell that it's a beautiful day today. You look behind you. Nobody saw. You look down in front of you. It's a dead cat. Alright, well, I guess we're just gonna leave. You're done here. You turn around and leave the alley. At least, you try to. As you stand at the edge of the alley's entrance, you see that nothing exists beyond it. Just an empty black void. You turn back. And see that the back of the alley has become shrouded in darkness. You can't see a thing. Okay. I leave. I try to leave again, but there's nothing there. Alright, I'll fine. We'll approach the dark. We have no choice. With no other options, you step towards the darkness. Closer. And closer. And... You're... 'You collapse to your knees. The front of your body is slashed open, leaking blood and guts and organs down your torso and over your lap. Don't you know that cats have 9 lives? Wait. Eight more left. Do not take it home. Sure. Well, let's try again. Well, guess what, cat? You may have 9 lives. I have infinite lives. I never believed in an unconditional love. By the way, more of this, by the way, I don't know, some kind of like weird, like we're reading a diary, I feel like. I never believed in unconditional love. Not even as young as I was on the day that changed my life forever. Still, I always assumed that they would come to the closest to granting it to me. It's what they always say, right? That a parent's love is unconditional. The wounds they inflicted on my skin and in my heart had long since scarred over the day they dealt the final blow. And all it took were 2 little words. What were the 2 words? Oh, get out. The day they finally turned their backs on me, abandoned me. That was the day it found me. It offered me an unfathomable kind of love. Unfathomable? Unfathomable. A love that could be limitless, endless, powerful, all-consuming. A love unmatched. A love unlike anything that could exist in this world. But there's one thing that the love it offered could never be. Unconditional. Where am I? And so, you find yourself here, yet again. What? Who said that? Where is here? I can't see anything. Why? Here is here, silly. I don't know what kind of voice I'm giving the cat. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. What would the cat sound like? Would it sound like this? Hey everybody, I'm a cat. I don't know. I'm just gonna give it a generic, like, evil voice. Here is here, silly. Well, do you remember me this time? I never would have thought of myself as being forgettable, but I suppose there's a first time for everything. Your memory slowly pieces together fragments of a moment, an encounter, a cat in an alley. I took you home with me, didn't I? Correct. You were daydreaming so long, you even had me worried. Can you imagine that? Here I am indulging a little in playing with my prey, only for you to completely zone out on me. The game's no fun if you're not present, you know. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on at all. Curious as you are, I should have expected that you have questions. Well, I suppose you put me in a good enough mood to be generous and hear you out. Very well. What would you like to know? Ah, yes, exposition. Time for exposition. What do you mean I was daydreaming? That's the first thing that came to mind, really. You were on the brink of death, but instead of watching your life flash before your eyes, you got stuck reliving the moment we met, subconsciously coming up with scenarios in which you managed to survive. Well, maybe you would have, but I couldn't resist messing with your imagination a little bit. You did just start ignoring me out of nowhere after all. You know by now how much I love attention. Your little thought experiments were rather amusing, but if I must say, you must have had a pretty dull life to forgo indulging in precious memories of bygone days in favor of daydreaming about a single encounter, over and over and over again. I've heard of having regrets on one's deathbed, but this has been ridiculous. Ridiculously intriguing, that is. Or perhaps rather than regrets, I was what you found intriguing. Am I still dreaming? You're lucid, I'd say, since you finally remembered me and all. Seems you're finally ready to end this farce, amusing as it has been. Why do you keep killing me? Oh, don't be so dramatic. I don't keep killing you. I haven't even killed you once yet. Those were just thoughts and ideas floating around in your head that I admittedly had a little fun with. Can you blame me? I was just trolling you in your head, that's all. I would have gotten bored just waiting for you to wake up. You even made me kill you in the end. Yes, I suppose I was curious to see if you actually would. You certainly didn't hold back. You must have been quite angry with me. It's fine though. You know what they say about curiosity, yes? It was my own choice, and besides, I got you back, didn't I? It's just a game, you know? Where are we? Inside your head, silly. You know, it was all just a dream. The real versions of ourselves are halted in time back in your reality. Yes, so though. Toki wo tomare. Though I doubt much time has actually passed. These things tend to happen in the blink of an eye after all. Well, usually anyway. You're a cat. How are you talking? What do you mean? I've been talking to you all along. Intriguing as your imagination is, it would have ran wild without my help. I was guiding you the whole time. Didn't you hear me in your thoughts? Like this? You know, seemingly that I was just a narrator, but like actually, I'm the cat. But you're a cat. How are you doing this? I'm quite powerful, yes, but also not so much. What does that mean? Besides, what makes you so sure I'm a cat? My appearance? I doubt I resemble any cat you've ever seen before, right? Then what the hell are you if you're not a cat? I didn't say I wasn't a cat, did I? I could be a demon, or a god, or an alien from another galaxy, or an interdimensional abomination, or I really could just be a cat. It really doesn't really matter what I am, does it? Certainly what I can do would be a more pressing matter, yes? A real cat couldn't have done all this. You're really hung up on appearances, aren't you? Do you have some kind of proof that cats don't possess powers like mine? I doubt it. And you know, it's pretty rude of you to keep on going on and on about what I am before you even ask who I am or what my name is. Okay, then what's your name? Well, I'm not gonna tell you now. Learn some manners first and we'll see. Well, maybe your next life anyway. Okay. You know, as it turns out, all cats can do this, you know? They're all powerful. And they all talk. Just pretending not to. What do you want? Well, if we're talking about my original goals, those are a bit personal, I'd say. And anyway, things have changed. Right now, well, presently, I like to have some more fun with you. Your company has been very entertaining thus far. Given more time, and under different circumstances, perhaps we could have been, well, All good things must come to an end. You can't truly want to spend what little time you have left in regret and delusion, right? Alternatively, I'm also quite hungry after waiting so long for you to wake up. At this point, I could go either way. Have I satisfied your curiosity now? I just have one more question. Just one more thing. Why me? Why call it to me of all people? All I did was call out for someone to hear me. I called out, and you were the first person who came to me. Simple as that. Were you hoping for some special reason? I'm afraid I don't have one. Everything I've come to like about you were things discovered after our initial encounter. So there's no big reason for any of this. The reason is far less interesting than the results that came about from our interaction. I only called to satiate my hunger, but in doing so, I found something far more valuable. I know for a fact that regardless of how this plays out, I will never forget you. What do you mean? I've taken a liking to you, human, and so I'll grant you another chance. Another choice. This place is... You remember this place. Being chased. Being hunted. Being afraid. So afraid. That fear that so attracted me to you, that instinctive desperation to survive, I craved it all. As I am the origin of those delectable emotions, you are already mine. But I will still permit you the chance to accept the reality of your fate. Human, join me, or perish. Okay, sure, why not? Splendid. Come forward, my human. You step forward and pick up the cat. You cradle it in your arms, reaching up to scratch his head. Suddenly, you start to feel sleepy. But the sudden wave of fatigue doesn't cause you to sway on your feet or stumble at all. What's happening? Shh, don't worry. You no longer need to worry about anything anymore. Just sleep and dream those sweet, sweet dreams for me. Excellent. With this, you will soon become a part of me. Ending 37. Forever. Well, we joined the cat, so I don't know. I guess you just go back to sleep and it eats our dreams. I guess, like a dream eater. Is that like a move in Pokemon? Just reload. Alright. So, this mysterious cat that turns out to be the narrator, who also turns out to be the one controlling our dreams and killing us over and over again, and is like trolling us basically. He's just griefing us in our own mind server, is asking us to join him. But I say, I'd rather die. Daga. Kotowaru. I see. Then there's nothing left to say. Resigned to your fate, you finally turn around. It's enormous, shapeless, billowing like thick smoke in the wind. The shadow-like entity towers above you, so high it looks like the sky poured it down to earth. It's still pouring it even. It is unfathomable that your tiny world is even able to stand under the weight of the reality of such a being's existence, that you and your fragile mind haven't fallen to ruin as well. You step forward into the monstrous miasma, and offer yourself to it. Darkness. Surrounded by pure and absolute darkness, you're very suddenly hit with the feeling that you're not alone. Like you've just stepped into an unbearably, impossibly crowded space. Your ears even start to ring with the sensation of countless conversations. Words, whispers, screams, all overlapping. But you don't actually see or hear anyone or anything. You're alone. Even as your senses lie to you, trying to make you think otherwise, you're more alone than you've ever been. Lies. 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 Listen. Listen, please. Is someone really... I can't see you. Where are you? Nothing. Nothing left to see. Only hear. Hear us. Listen. Please. Are you all trapped too in this place? No place. Us. All you see, hear, feel is us. Us and it. We are victims, prey, like you. We are many, beyond counting. Our bodies gone, with time. Wills left behind. Us, we became what you see. A bunch of eyeballs, a bunch of photorealistic eyeballs. This place is us. Need you. Need your help. What can I do? It too greedy. Make mistake. Ate too many. We are many. We strong. Now strong. I don't know, it's talking like a caveman. We are strong. Made it strong. But make mistake. Mistake. Error. Flaw. Weakness. Then why not escape yourselves? Too long here. Too long. One, we are one with it. Bodies lost. Minds. Wills. All corrupted. No body. Can't escape. You too. You, we, it, one, all of us, all now one. Can you speak in full sentences, please? But you, new, fresh, body. Still have body. Escape is possible. Because still one with it. Even just you, if escape with mind, with body, it would unravel. Lose power, lose strength, lose us. Us, set it free, forever, finally, escape, help. How do I do that? Remember, it lies, hidden in truths, lies, lies. Escape, push forward, it lies. Persists. 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 I persist? You ignore their words. Deep down you know there's no way someone like you could win against something like it. The cat. Trying would be pointless, absurd, insignificant, meaningless, stupid, useless, muda. A pointless effort. The hopes of those words, their wills, it would all be wasted on you. So, you accept your fate and choose to perish. You're not sure how long it takes, but their pathetic pleas eventually grow silent. You almost wish they would have simply turned to insults and threats. This endless silence, it bears the weight of your guilt and shame, long after your body fades away and becomes one with me. Ending, perish the thought. No, this is just another daydream, isn't it? You're lucid again. In here? But how did you? Well, when you've been dreaming about the same day over and over, you kind of start to notice the patterns. Listen, I'm nothing special. I don't really have any friends. I'm a generic, faceless, self-insert protagonist, loser. No, I don't like crowds growing out most of the time. And more often than not, I'm alone. Even in my home. One bedroom, one bathroom, and one me living alone in it. It'd be easy to say that I don't have much to lose. My life is admittedly pretty boring. I don't know, man. You gotta account your privilege, you know? At least you have a home, anyway. But it is my life. And if this is my dream, then you're not calling the shots anymore. I don't think you understand what's going on here. No, you're the one who isn't getting it. You called me. You're the one who needs me. Whether it's to eat me or kill me or make me yours forever, it doesn't matter. I'm done here. I'm going home. You forget yourself, human. You ungrateful little creature. I give you my patience, my attention, my love, and you think you can just leave. I didn't have to, you know. I could have just eaten you whenever I liked, but instead, I gave you time to understand, time to accept what was happening. I gave you a choice. You, an unremarkable little nothing of an existence whom no one would even notice was missing if I just taken you as I pleased. Dreaming away about endless possibilities, never having to worry about permanent consequences ever again, about choosing wrong. A little world all your own inside your head. I offered it all to you. I give you the choice to join me and have it all, and you refused. Like that character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, part 4, I think? Was it part 4 or 5? I can't remember. Anyway, you know, it's the one of Kira. Anyway, you said you'd rather die, didn't you? And yet here you are trying to go back on your choices. Only to continue to reject me. To reject my love. So foolish. So ungrateful. Just like the others, you don't know what you want. Another bundle of contradictions. You wish for solitude, yet you fear being left alone. You fear being forgotten, undesired, unloved. Yet even I, though? I think that's a typo? That's a typo, cat guy? You have a typo in your weird dream nightmare thing? Anyway, even though I love you and desire you, even though I promise to never forget you, even though I am the only one willing to never leave you, you still reject me. Stupid little child. I'm done waiting. You do not get a second chance. You made your choice and you accept the consequences of that choice. You're going to stay here with the rest of these ingrates. Forever. Okay. Haven't you ever heard of changing your mind? Such a thing doesn't erase your original decision. It's been permanently etched into reality. Do you think yourself so important that you're above facing the truth of that reality? No, but that doesn't mean I can't do my best to make things right. I'm still here, aren't I? That means I can always make more choices, better choices. You gave yourself to me. You are already part of me. This might be your pathetic little delusion, but don't forget that I'm the one in control here, human. Oh yeah, that's right. Those twisted choices in my dreams were all you, weren't they? We help! Running ndream.exe. What? What's... Press S! What are you doing, you useless traitors? Stop! I think it's about time I started making my own choices. It's so cheesy. Anyway, press S! The power of determination. I mean, persistence. Totally not determination. I'm back in the alley. It's not here. Good. I think I need to get home. I step forward out of the alley. Well, this is gonna take some getting used to. I step forward towards the entrance of the thankfully empty alley. I'm almost out of this place, almost home, when suddenly... Oh, another fake out? I mean, it did feel too easy. You're not going anywhere. I go left. I die. No! Don't give in. I save the game. Can I save the game? Nah, that's okay. I give up. I lose. Okay, this reloads here. That's not an ending. I was hoping that was an ending. Alright. I persist. I need to dodge away from it. Go back? I go back. I go right. Ha! Go home! Oh. Damn it, it overruled my choice. Where the hell do I go? I've got to escape. I go to the dog park. Anywhere but here. Go back. And then I go back again. Okay, so it's just based on the animation. Go left. I go right. I go right. It's just like that minigame, you know, the maze minigame, sort of. Damn, gotta escape. Got you now. I dodge. I dodge roll. I press circle on my PlayStation controller. I use my iframes to dodge through the attacks. Get back here. I go to the carnival. I go right. Oh, there's like really loud hammering upstairs. My neighbor, I don't know why. Oh, it stopped. My neighbor's so loud sometimes. I don't know. Anyway. How do I get out? No escape. Go right. I go back. I go left. Get back here. Time to watch a movie? Well, hold on. Let me just make a save. You know, just so I can save my progress. Just in case I make a mistake. Go to the old theater. I go left. And then I go right. And then I go left. And then I go right. Hello. Crap, a dead end. Stop running. And then I go right. Go left. Go back. Get back here. Let's continue to watch a movie. Go to the new cinema this time. Maybe have some meat shields, you know, from all these people, at least. Come on. Just like push them at the cat. And the giant cat trying to kill me. Dead end? Found you. Nope. Go here. And then go here. Get back here. Okay, finally. It was a long sequence, to be honest. Longer than it needs to be. Did I do it? Thread unraveling. Many of us escape. Many free now. It losing us. Losing strength. Your escape. Possible now. No. You are mine. You go ahead. We go free. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to like do different voices because it's like a hive mind, right? It's the idea. Whatever this like weird amalgamation of like souls that were like captured by this cat, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. I won't forget you. They're right. My choice is back. It's time to go home. The ultimate choice. Simply go home. Don't do anything on your day off. Just go home. No. Oh, there's more. Damn it. Go right. And then go left. Come back. And then go back. And then go right. Meow. And then left. Please. I actually don't see. Okay, here we go. Right. It's hard to see the claw. Don't leave me. Left. I'll die without you. Right? Meow. Push forward. Go. Headbutt it with my head. Wait. I'm back. Back where it all began. The alley. And in the cardboard box, at the back of the alley. It's a weird creature that's very goopy. There you are. You look nothing like the impossibly cute cat I met. Well, what feels like a lifetime ago. After escaping and releasing the wills of all your victims, all that's left of you now is an inky black blob seething up at me. The endless hatred pouring out of your singular eye doesn't scare me at all. I don't know if it matters. I'm gonna say the game again. It's time to not take this cat home. Don't leave. You're mine. No, I'm not. You took them away. They were mine. Well, now they're gone. You took them away. You took everything from me. They weren't yours either. Alone. You never had to be. If you were lonely, you couldn't just been their friend. But you didn't want friendship. They left because you tricked them, kidnapped them, hurt them. You stole their lives, their time, never to get any of it back. You brought this on yourself. I do not take this cat home. I do not take this cat home. I do not take this cat home. You're perfect. Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm not. You are. Don't need the others. Just need you. Stay with me. I won't. I can give you anything. Give me everything for you. No, you can't. Unless you're like a... could you transform into like an anime girl though? That I might be like at least like 5% more inclined, but I still wouldn't take you though. You could even before. You definitely can't now. And even if you could give me everything I ever wanted and more, I'd still never stay. I do not take this cat girl home. I love you. No, you... I do. So much. I love you, I love you, I love you. Stop. Maybe you do love me, in some strange, screwed up way I'll never understand. But even if that's the case, it's not enough. Please, don't go. I'll be good. I don't believe you. I promise. I can't trust you. I promise. Just don't leave. Don't leave me alone. I'll die. I'll die without you. I do not take this cat home. I hate you. I hate you. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. No, that I can believe. There's nothing left to say. Okay, bye. It turns into dust. I watch in silence as it fades away into nothing. Goodbye. With one last glance around the alley, I turn. And leave. The moral of the story is to leave. Just leave. Ending 38, do not take this cat home. And thus we go back to our normal life, minimum wage, barely paying rent, in a very small apartment, under the oppression of capitalism. Now, today's been surprising. Yeah, pleasantly so. A day off that started with admittedly crumpy weather led me to an old theater, where I enjoyed a movie by myself. My laughter filled up the empty theater. The rain had stopped by the time the movie was over, and I was in such a good mood I hopped over to the not-so-new cinema. Not to watch another movie, but to play around the arcade, earning a few high scores. Ah yes, a true gamer. With the gamer in me awakened, I went to the carnival to play some more, and was humbled fairly quickly. But I did manage to win a small stuffed animal at the ring toss booth. The design is questionable, and I freaking love it. The rides weren't so bad either. I got inducted into a group for a bit while waiting in line at the Ferris wheel, bonding over a shared mistrust of the carnival's game vendors. I even shared a carriage on the Ferris wheel with a few of them, exchanged numbers before we parted ways. I don't know if I'll ever see them again or if any of them will ever call me. It's a random stranger. Or if I even have to have it in me to call any of them. But having the option to do so is nice. It feels nice. Baby steps. After all, having that tiny bit of interaction, though fun, exhausted me. Like a true introvert. So I went to recharge at the dog park, feeling rejuvenated at the sight of dogs. Old, young, big, and small, all running around. Happy and carefree. A few of the owners even let me take pictures. Yeah, today was a good day. Ignoring all the weird supernatural shit that happened, don't worry about it. I don't think about the cat, or it, I guess, all that much these days. It was hard at first. In the immediate days and weeks that followed, what happened to me was all I could think about. There were days I blamed myself, days I questioned my choices. I went back to the alley more times than I want to admit. The feeling that always went through me at the sight of that empty cardboard box was so indescribable, so overwhelming. I'd sometimes break down and cry right where I stood. It took a while, and eventually that strange emotion became clearer and clearer, until I had the courage to recognize it for what it was. Relief. I've been afraid to feel it for so long, terrified to let my guard down. But that sense of relief finally returned. Relief that it was gone. Relief that I was free to live my life. However simply or extraordinarily I wished, the ones it had imprisoned, I never heard their voices again either. But that's for the best. Living here and now, never forgetting what they did to me, or did for me, and what I did for them too. For now, I think that's enough. At least I hope so. And that whatever, or wherever they are, they're finally at peace. I'm fighting for my own peace too, one day at a time. One tomorrow after another. Finally, I head home, to my little apartment. One bedroom, one bathroom, and one me living alone in it. Well, almost anyway. Huh? What? Nani? I'm home, baby! A little kitten flails as it awkwardly runs over and mews up at me. I kneel down, looking fondly at its hazel green eye. The poor thing had been hurt and starving when I found it a few weeks ago, but it certainly got its energy back after a little food and care. Did you miss me? Hungry, huh? Me too. It's been a long day. I smile helplessly at its cute little face. Let's find something to eat, okay? Well, we didn't take the cat home, but we took this cat home. What? I guess there is one more thing living in my home, and at least for now, I wouldn't have it any other way. Ending NA! Another day! Huh? I don't know, this game... I don't know, the lore is all, like, not the lore, but the world, and everything is definitely all over the place. I'm not sure if I should take it too seriously, but, like, I guess what happened is, like, the it, or whatever, the supposed weird demon thing, was probably inside that cat, right? The original cat. and like we exercise somehow, you know, it's like, it doesn't make any sense, but like we exercised the demon out of the cat, and so that was the eyeball, you know, that we saw that disintegrated. But the actual cat, I imagine it was kind of hopping off screen, you know. The actual cat was still in the cardboard box, maybe, and it was still alive. So that's why we took it home. So it's funny how we don't, like, the name of the game is we don't take the cat home, but we also take the cat home. We do both. Anyway. Alright, there you go. That's the game. Whew, it's streaming for way too long, to be honest. I actually want to be done with this already. I'm kind of hungry. But let me just say, like, you know, that's everything, right? We've got all endings and everything, so I think that's pretty much it. Unless there's anything else. If there's any extras, maybe I'll see about that. But I kind of want to end it now. So that'll be it for this game. So let me just say, overall, it's pretty good. Again, definitely a little bit all over the place in terms of like the actual like logic, you know, of how the world works, like the whole supernatural stuff. But I don't know. I guess like how it felt to me at the end anyway, it felt like a little bit of an asshole, you know, where it's like everything was a dream. Turns out there's a weird demon thing controlling you, and like, you know, it also has these souls that it captured. And by the way, these souls use some kind of persistence magic, and then you save them, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of very cheesy at the end, you know. That's how I felt anyway. But it's fine, whatever. Overall, I enjoyed it. I like the animations, by the way. So animations, I was surprisingly, you know, pretty good. Like, there's like a few animations here and there, but like they're pretty cool and interesting. And the sometimes when the cat turns into like a monster, you know, like there's a bit of like, how do you say, body horror. That's kind of cool as well. I appreciate all the different endings you can get. A lot of like bad endings, basically. That's basically the whole game. That the whole mechanic of the game really is to chase all those like bad endings, and then, you know, that's how you progress in the story. So I like that, actually. I like how that's kind of like the main gameplay loop, you know, trying out different things, choosing different choices, seeing all different branches and everything. I do gotta say though, it is a little bit tedious at times, because some of the endings are kind of like, you know, very predictable and samey, you know, you just kind of die at the end, right? So I do wish they cut down a little bit on that, to be honest. Maybe it's partly because I did this all in one sitting, and it's like, you know, I don't know, when you read everything, it takes more energy out of you, so maybe it's because of that, you know. I have less patience for it when I have to like read everything aloud, like especially in one sitting. But that's how it felt anyway. At least currently, it's like a little bit too much of like, you know, of course, like you die, whatever. Like this, to like it's again a little predictable. But overall, I like it, and sometimes, you know, it's a little funny as well. To be honest, like poke fun in it a little bit. Some of the deaths are definitely a little bit super cliche, and I think the game knows that. You know, it's like a little satirical of how like other horror movies, you know, have the same little like you know, I guess mini storylines to it, or like premises, right? Yeah, overall I liked it. It was pretty good, actually. Good quality, high quality. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Well, there you go. So that's it for Do Not Take This Cat Home, or I guess Do Not Take It Home. You know, it, and not IT. Whenever I see you know, IT, I think of information technology. Do not take information technology home. Don't do that. No, do not take take this cat home. So that was it for this game. Let me do my usual sign off, I guess. So if you're watching the VOD or the, you know, the video later on, if you didn't know, I stream these games live, so you can check out my other content on my YouTube channel. You can subscribe and change the notification bell from personalized to all if you get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch channel as well. But there you go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, see you then. That's all cut. What was actually, what is this? Oh, there's a little bit more. But I'm like tired. I want to like stop. Is this it? Is it just that? If it's just that, it's fine, right? No, there's more. Oh, play with me. Nah. Then get lost. Oh, okay. So I think that's an option to delete the save and then restart everything, just to like, you know, go through the game again if you wanted to. I usually don't, you know, but I guess if you really wanted to. Maybe there's some like Easter eggs you can find, maybe. some small little things maybe you could find. I'm not sure. But yeah, there you go. So that'll be it for today's stream as well. I went on for way too long. I usually stop at like 5 hours at most. More than 5 hours, I get so tired because I basically skip lunch, um, so I'm gonna stop. So I'm gonna press the little button here. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday around noon Eastern time. And I guess tomorrow I'll do something else. Maybe I have another game in mind, another like a little visual novel. Maybe it involves yanderes, I think. So that is what I'll do tomorrow as well. So yeah, thanks for coming by. Thanks for watching again, and I'll see you around. Bye.